Το 9. Εγώ σου στέλνω από εδώ. Οκ. Ωραία.
La Το ιδανικό σπίτι. Τελικά τι είναι? Είναι η άνετη τραπεζαρία, αφού περάσεις την τραπεζαρία. Είναι φυσικά η ευρύχωρη walk-in closet. Και μια κουζίνα που είναι όλα στη σωστή θέση. Αυτή που σε βολεύει. Γιατί τελικά αυτό που κάνει ένα σπίτι ιδανικό είναι να μπορούμε να το ζούμε όπως ακριβώς θέλουμε. Πίτσος. Περισσότερη ελευθερία. Περισσότερη ζωή. Πίτσος, εμπιστοσύνη.
I think it's time to start. Is the sound okay? All right, excellent. All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Trasivoulos Manios, and I'm professor here in the Hellenic Mediterranean University. And together with Professor Katia Lazaridis, we'll be your hosts for the next couple of days. It's ceremonial. We start with some opening speeches, and it's a great honor for me to invite the rector of the university, Professor Nikos Katsarakis, for a short welcome speech. Nikos.
Thank you, Thrasivoule. So I'm very pleased to open this conference for the second time here in Heraklion. So esteemed Deputy Mayor of Heraklion, Mr. Sisamakis, dear colleagues, professors, academic staff at Heraklion. As you most probably know, Hellenic Mediterranean University was founded during the Reformation process of the Hellenic higher education system, which took place in Greece in 2019 as the evolution of the Technological Educational Institute. Participation in this conference and wish you very inspiring and productive discussions. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Nikos. For the people who are not from HMU, together with Professor Katsarakis, we were part of the rectorship for the past 5 years, so it was great pleasure working together with him, and I hope we will find the opportunity to work together in the future also. So, it's also a great pleasure to call in the podium the Vice Mayor of Heraklion, Mr. Giorgos Sisamakis, With Yorgos, we know each other for more than 15 years now, so it's a very family call, I think. Yorgos, the floor is yours.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning, Mr. Director, Mr. Katsarakis, Mr. Thakis, which is your name. On behalf of the Mayor, I want to thank you for the invitation and, of course, to congratulate you for the great conference for the waste management. Here in Heraklion, I will try to tell you about what municipality of Heraklion is doing for the waste management, more or less. Well, waste management in the European Union and Greece is based on the waste management inverted pyramid. Precisely, the more desirable being prevention, reuse, recycling, and lastly, recovery and disposal. The waste management pyramid is reflected in the thematic strategy of the European Union on the prevention and recycling of waste, which has been transported into national legislation by Law 4042/2012. Today in Greece, there are a total of 22 alternative management and recycling systems for a wide range of products. Recycling saves vulnerable raw materials that are otherwise imported, often at a great economic and environmental cost. Recycling requires the responsibility of the producer for the product the companies produce, but also the responsibility of the citizen for the separation of waste and displacement in the respective bins or transfer recipes according to their types. In this context, the municipality of Heraklion plans and implements cleaning and recycling actions for the city of Heraklion and its citizens. Simultaneously, the municipality focuses on the utilization of waste with the aim of increasing recycling and reducing sanitary landfill. In addition, actions are also planned for the prevention of waste with a focus on reusing products. Furthermore, the municipality of Heraklion follows the disposal and management method indicated in the legislation and supports the transition to the circular economy and the reuse of materials. Some projects that implemented are supply of equipment for bio-waste management in the municipality of Heraklion in designated areas of the municipality urban sustainable development strategy plan, which concerned the development of bio-waste collection network with the supply of 3 garbage vehicles and 1 bin washing machine, 430 brown plastic street bins, 5,000 brown plastic household bins, and 100,000 paper bags for the collection of the bio-waste. Supply and services of telematic equipment, weighing system unit, and RFID tags for data management and recording. 2. The Alternative Management Program of Used Clothes and Shoes. The municipality of Heraklion, Crete, within the framework of the Integrated Waste Prevention, Recycling and Sustainable Development Program, has joined the recycling network of used clothing and footwear of the Recycom company, disposing specific areas for planning the company's red recycling bins. 3. The installation of a network of blue recycling bins, yellow bins, and blue bells. Following the efforts to manage recyclable materials, a network of blue recycling bins, yellow bins, and blue bells are installed by the municipality of Heraklion. The municipality of Heraklion has signed with the Unified Waste Management Association of Greek, ESDAC, and the Hellenic Recycling Utilization Company SA, a cooperation agreement for the organization and operation of the municipality packaging waste recycling program. The collection of the recycled materials in the municipality of Heraklion began in November 2006 and continues actively until today. The pilot management actions for the separate collection of municipal waste, pay-as-you-throw, the known pay-as-you-throw, in the municipality of Heraklion. The new institutional framework governing waste management, namely Law 4819/2021, which constitutes the new law and the framework for the integrated management of waste and the integration of the amended European directives on waste. The ESDA, National Waste Management Plan 2020, the EPPDAA, establish measures aimed at preventing waste production, reducing the negative consequences of waste production and management, increasing recycling, limiting the overall impact of resource use, and improving their efficiency with the aim of transitioning to a circular economy. The smart system and policies in waste management. The municipality of Heraklion participates as a partner in the European project WINPOL, Waste Management Intelligence System and Policies, which aims to improve regional and local waste management policies through a promotion of the use of intelligent collection equipment with the aim of a fair charging to the citizen, contributing significantly in minimizing waste in European cities and regions. The A2U Food Project. The municipality of Heraklion is lead partner, urban authority in the program entitled Avoidable and Unavoidable Food Waste, a holistic management approach for urban environments with the acronym A2U Food within Urban Innovation Action Programs. At the time when the management of organic waste is becoming a key problem for the country, in the municipality of Heraklion we have drawn up a holistic management plan created to include all aspects for a circular waste management and focuses on the food waste sector. The installation of recycle corners. At the same time, the Unified Association of Waste Management of Retaste act for the installation of recycling corners in 15 places in the city. The recycling corners will be of 3 streams, namely glass, aluminum, and plastic. The development of a separate bio-waste collection system in the municipality of Heraklion. The approved project concern, on the one hand, the development of the separate bio-waste collection network for the municipality of Heraklion, and the other hand, the relevant information and awareness of the citizens. Now, the central green point of the municipality of Heraklion in vegetable market. The approved project entitled Central Green Point on the municipality of Heraklion, the vegetable market, concerns the creation of a green point, total area 20,000 square meters, for the service of all the citizens of the municipality of entity of Nea Karanastasis, as well as the Dimitriou Bedevi and Kato Katsabas, Methodi Papatitu, Metochi Papatitu, Pagritio, districts of the municipality entity of Heraklion, in accordance with the provision of Regional Waste Management Plan of Crete, PESDAC, and the Local Waste Management Plan. The Aqua Project. The project's autonomous home composting system in the urban environment, with the acronym Aqua, is implemented within the IDEREC VA Cooperation Program Greece-Cyprus 2014-2020. Autonomous mechanical composters are the evolution of home composting with the main objective of maximizing their management. To conclude, at a time when the waste management is becoming a key problem for the municipalities in the country and in Europe, the municipality of Heraklion promotes prevention, reuse, and recycling by strengthening the circular economy and increasing composting, enjoying multiplier effects, benefits, environmental, social, and economic. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure for me.
Thank you very much, Georgos. For us, working with the municipality of Heraklion is a great opportunity. The municipality of Heraklion is the 4th largest municipality in Greece, 4th or 5th? 4th. It's a versatile municipality, and it's always an opportunity, always open-minded, I have to say that, and always welcoming new ideas on waste management, and not just only waste management.
Well, good morning for me as well. Now it's my pleasure to call Professor Thrasivoulos Manios, a friend that I know since our PhD times, to open this conference, and it's a great pleasure to listen to him for his always vivid comments. Thanks.
Well, the reason I'm getting up from that table and coming here is the photo opportunity. According to our team Sympraxis, I have to come here. They have to take pictures of me so they can publish them in the relevant press document they're going to release later on. So that's why. I also like, because I feel very important, I have 2 microphones here in front of me, so it makes me feel very important with those 2 microphones. So, dear friends and colleagues, dear sponsors, dear organizers, dear students and guests, a warm welcome to the Hellenic Mediterranean University and the Retaste 2022 conference. At the end of the COVID pandemic, and as we start to be optimistic for the future, and armed conflict in the European continent seems to draw us back in a darker era. It's not just the political and economical issues that the unjustified Russian invasion into Ukraine has raised. It's not just the use of energy as a weapon that should be preoccupying our minds. There is a more direct issue related with the conference, with the topic of this conference, that needs to be highlighted and taken under serious consideration. The risk of a possible global famine is present and clear due to the fact that the two states that are involved in this conflict are almost responsible for 30% of the global grain exports and originate from these two states. It's estimated that Ukraine, if it's allowed to use its port safely, it will be able to export about 50% less than it exported in 2021. And I'm not really certain if we're going to import any grain from Russia, at least as far as Europe is concerned. For a long period of time, there were some of us that we insisted that the main EU policies like circular economy or resource-efficient Europe were not only targeting to improve the environmental footprint of the European Union and the European lifestyle, but were also aiming to increase the safety of the continent and the member states, because they should reduce our reliances on exports, on imports from people outside the EU. Even though issues like recommissioning old nuclear plants, as you know, Germany has been thinking about starting using the old nuclear plants, or getting coal back into the energy equation, seems to be steps backwards. I believe is now, more than ever, that European citizens are willing to support those policies, not just for environmental reasons, but also for practical ones. A strange helping hand towards the right direction. So food is back on the table as a political and strategical tool, something that we seem to have completely forgotten as a human race for the past 70 years, at least as far as Europe is concerned, but also I think in other places of the globe. And for food, we like to talk here in an effort to minimize losses and to maximize utilization. Retaste 2022 is in contrast with the 2021 version, is a hybrid conference. Together with Katya, we took the risk to increase the work needed and the costs required in an effort to take everything back what it was in 2020. Everything back with a glitch. We also kept our distance participation capacity, something that it seems that will stick with us for a long time. That's what hybrid conferences are for. So to everybody that are watching from home and from the comfort of their house or their office, just one thought: we wish you were here. According to Thanos from Team Sybraxis, we having how many Thanos participants? Okay, they'll let me know later on. Very well organized conference, as you can see. So we have a lot of people watching us from now from their homes. And before we start, and before I invite my friend Katya Lazaridis into the podium for her welcome speech, hoping it will be more optimistic than mine, I would like to thank one by one the entities that allow us to be here and for this conference to take place. First of all, the Greek Green Fund. For those who doesn't know, we have a Green Fund here in Greece, and it's very well organized and providing a lot of help to a lot of people and a lot of municipalities. Through a relevant call of the Green Fund, we were able to organize the 2021 Retaste Conference, and through a very generous funding this year, we're able to organize also this conference. So I would like to thank all the members of the Board of Directors, especially the President, Mr. Stathopoulos, but also everyone who works in the Green Fund. Similar thanks to our sponsors. Let's start to our sponsors, which is Enviroplan, Halkadakis SA. Michalis will later speak for us from Halkadakis. The region of Crete, they also supported our efforts. Solid Waste Association of Crete, ESDAC. Lovely ladies are here from ESDAC. I think the president will also appear later on to say hello. Excellent. This conference. Finally, a great thanks to the team Sybraxis, who help us organize in this conference, working with us on a daily basis. And of course, the teams from the two universities, the Harokopio University of Athens and the Hellenic Mediterranean University. For the latter, I would like to express our gratitude to the company, to the, how you call it, property management company of the university.
To try to find the positive things. because indeed we have been through a huge turmoil the previous years and keeps going on. After the COVID pandemic, it's the war now, and whatever crisis this brings with it, financial crisis, but still we have to see the positive image, the positive bits, and they are there. The European policies on the environment and on resources do point to the correct direction, and all these difficulties, for example, in the energy sector and the temporary opening of coal factories again is associated, and we can see the signs for a much faster transition to a green development. The same thing we see in waste management. We have, with the circular economy package of directives, which has been incorporated into our Greek law system with the law 4819 of 2021, which has also added some very aspirational targets of our own, and we have here the representatives of the Ministry of the Environment to give us more information on that, especially in the forum we have in the afternoon. We see very ambitious targets. The question is if these targets are going to be met. But I think this is not the way to see things. Even if targets are not met by the time plan, we aspire to meet them. And this, they are there. And I think maybe for the first time, they have put a serious, they have placed a serious path into achieving them. So we want to have less than 10% landfilling in less than 10 years from now. If you ask me, is it possible? The answer, I mean, the sensible answer is probably not. However, it has set the course to get there. So even if we don't get there in 2030 and we get there some years later, my impression, my feeling is that we have projects, money, and a course line that get us to a very different waste management regime in the next 10 years. We will have more facilities to treat waste, more awareness, and more specific actions. And also we have the resources for that. It is a time that, in spite of the economic turmoil for Greece in the waste management sector, there are sufficient resources. The Green Fund is acting towards that direction. The restructural funds are acting to this direction. The challenge for us all is to try and make the best use of these funds, to establish facilities that will be there, and also to establish organizational regimes that will be there. This is the second time that our law has attempted to introduce the landfill tax, the so-called landfill tax. This will make the municipal waste management more expensive. It might not make it more expensive this year. It's a difficult year for municipalities this year, but it seems it is there to stay. This is, I think, a big challenge. And if it stays, although no one likes it at the moment, it will really move on the waste management in Greece. The previous time this landfill tax has been introduced, it was kind of frozen, stopped, was not introduced, was not actually implemented. To my view, and despite of the big economic turmoil and the big economic crisis we had at that time, that was a huge mistake that kept the overall waste management in Greece quite behind, and now we have to run a bit faster to cover the way. I'm still optimistic that we will cover this way. And as I said, maybe with a small delay, but we have started running. And when you start running, you're actually going to get there. So I will stop speaking about this general overview of Greece, and I will focus a bit more to the food waste and the two axes of food waste that this conference caters for. One is food waste prevention, of which we speak a lot, but we just start acting. And the other is food waste valorization, including more traditional things like composting and anaerobic digestion that have taken off in many European countries in the previous years, and they start taking off here too. And also much more novel valorization aspects. Professor Manios, with the municipality, with EDSTAC, has implemented a large series of very innovative projects, and we hope that we will hear more about this, and also that they will come, some of them, into concrete action of actually implementing real-life plans, and set up possibly a coursework for a change of European legislation, which is not going to happen tomorrow, but it might happen in some years' time. And here I'm talking specifically about the F4F project and the possibility to produce animal feed from catering waste, something that is not legally allowed at the moment in Europe, but it is legally allowed in other countries like South Korea, like Singapore, countries that are well developed, and they have good systems to protect public health. So this has started the discussion. Of course, it will not conclude tomorrow, but it's there. And it's something that we have a big discussion in Europe. Always in waste management and in circularity, we have a big dilemma. How much circular we want to become, how much we want to reuse resources, and how much we want to stick on the precautionary principle to avoid a spread of potential contaminants in the environment. These two tasks, which are both tasks and policy targets of the European Union, are often contradictory. The challenge for circular economy and for research and implementation is to find the actual best balance for the health and the well-being of European citizens. And the best balance is not to avoid everything, to prevent everything, to forbid everything, but to allow, on a risk management assessment, whatever is feasible, whatever is safe, and helps promote circularity. Because we need circularity, we cannot be on a finite planet with an increasing population, an increasing economic...
Zdak is one of our favorite colleagues and cooperators in so many projects. In Greek, don't worry, I'll do the translator, don't worry about it. I have to be honest with you, Zdak is really an excellent partner. I think we've done a few projects together, and I hope we'll do a few more in the future. Θα κάνουμε και μερικά στο μέλλον, έτσι δεν είναι? So I will try to be the translator. It's one of the multitasking things that the chair people do all the time.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Ευχαριστούμε για την πρόσκληση. Με ιδιαίτερο ενδιαφέρον, σαν φορέας διαχείρισης αποβλήτων στο επίπεδο της Κρήτης, συμμετέχουμε και στηρίζουμε όλες αυτές τις δράσεις και τα προγράμματα. Είναι χαρά μας και τιμή και για το νησί, αλλά και για τους φορείς του, τα εξειδικευμένα και με μεγάλη δράση πανεπιστήμια και εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα και ερευνητικά κέντρα που υπάρχουν στο νησί. Πράγματι, διαχρονικά και τα προηγούμενα χρόνια, αλλά φαντάζομαι και στο μέλλον, η στήριξη σε αυτά τα ιδρύματα και στο επίπεδο των φορέων, αλλά και των τοπικών κοινωνιών, πρέπει να είναι αμέριστη. Προσβλέπουμε με ενδιαφέρον στις όποιες απόψεις της πανεπιστημιακής εκπαιδευτικής κοινότητας. Οι προτάσεις τους και οι δράσεις τους για ζητήματα περιβάλλοντος είναι καθοριστικές και σημαντικές για μας. Με την ίδια λογική και προσέγγιση σήμερα προσβλέπουμε σε αυτή την διήμερη ημερίδα Θεωρούμε ότι για μας θα είναι καθοριστικά τα συμπεράσματά της και τα αποτελέσματά της. Με ιδιαίτερο ενδιαφέρον τα περιμένουμε και εκείνο που μπορώ για μια ακόμα φορά σαν φορέας να δεσμευτώ είναι ότι η αυτοδιοίκηση της Κρήτης και στο επίπεδο των φορέων διαχείρισης προσβλέπει στην συνεργασία με τις πανεπιστημιακές σχολές που υπάρχουν στον τόπο μας, με τα εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα και όπως είπα και την αρχή, ανοίγοντας αυτή τη σύντομη παρέμβασή μας, θεωρούμε ότι θα πρέπει να πάμε μαζί σε δράσεις και ζητήματα που αφορούν το περιβάλλον. Με την έννοια αυτή και με τη λογική αυτή, είμαστε κοντά και δίπλα και μαζί σε δράσεις και παρεμβάσεις. Ήδη τα προηγούμενα χρόνια έχουμε εκπονήσει μαζί σαν εταίροι σημαντικά προγράμματα. Ελπίζω και εύχομαι και στο μέλλον, και αυτή είναι η δέσμευσή μας, θα είμαστε σε μια κοινή προσπάθεια, γιατί κοινός στόχος όλων μας είναι οι παρεμβάσεις μας και η δράση μας να είναι σε ένα ανθρώπινο, καθαρό και όμορφο περιβάλλον. Ευχαριστώ για μια ακόμα φορά για την πρόσκληση και εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία και καλά αποτελέσματα στην διήμερη ημερίδα σας. Αποτελέσματα τα οποία, όπως είπα, προσβλέπουμε και θα αξιοποιηθούν στο βαθμό του δυνατού σε συνεργασία μαζί σας. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Well, I'll try to repeat the key points in English. The association, the ASDAC Association, has been supporting the universities and corporations all over. Support between municipalities or any kind of organization from municipalities, associations, and of course the universities are important. ASDAC will be looking forward for the results in order to incorporate in its various policies. And ASDAC, as did in the past, together we were cooperating the Food for Feed project that was concluded a few months ago. I think it's a K project. One parenthesis, based on what Katya said, we also, with Katya and Professor Zervas from the Agricultural University of France, were together in the project. And I think it really opened the door towards where we talk direct reuse of food waste into animal feed. And I think it really helped the discussion here in Europe. And also we will cooperate together in the A2U food. And all together, we're looking for improving the future of our generations and also to improve the environment in the island and the city of Heraklion particularly. Thank you very much again for your support. It's really great to have you here. And as I continue, it's also a great pleasure to call Mrs. Zoe Gaetanu. Am I saying that correctly? Because my colleagues here, let me complain here. My colleagues printed the program for a 12-year-old kid, not a 51-year-old person who needs 3 glasses to see the printing. But I think they did it in purpose just to show that I'm older than them. Everybody listen now? People back there, also they know what we're talking about. All right, thank you very much, and sorry about the mistake in the name.
Just a moment, so that we put the presentation on. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Mr. Magnos, Ms. Lazaridis. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here in this conference. Very, very interesting things we're going to learn these 2 days, I think. I'm here to present you the Green Fund and how it is currently funding innovation and food waste prevention towards a circular economy. My name is Zoe Gaetanaru. I'm a waste management expert. My background is in mining engineering, but I've worked in the environmental sector for many years now. And I will highlight to you the Green Fund's tools and the architecture of the EU Life program and all the opportunities that come up with these funding tools. The Green Fund is located at our beautiful Villa Kazuli in Kifissia in Attiki. It is actually a public law entity established in 2010, and it reports to the Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy. It is actually a continuation of the Special Fund for the Implementation of Regulatory and Urban Plans. Its main scope is to enhance the development through environmental protection, to support the country's environmental and energy policy, to serve as public and social, to serve the public and social interests through the management of green resources. Its main responsibilities include to create environmental-oriented programs, assess and select and monitor the funding proposals, and put into place the procedures necessary to select the individual implementing organizations to be funded. The beneficiaries include public bodies, as well as private non-commercial organizations, including NGOs, with environmental-related scope. The incoming resources of the Green Fund include the resources of the Special Fund for the Implementation of Regulatory and Urban Plans, the resources of the Special Forest Authority, resources of the Special Code Environmental Balance Fund, the resources from the contributions of the energy distributors, fines for the construction and maintenance of arbitrary buildings. Many, including myself, have paid such fines. Revenues from the operation or rental of special works, any other resource that has been institutionalized in favor of the special fund, funding from the EU, profits, interests, or other income, sponsorships and donations, revenues from the management, exploitation, and utilization of its property, grants from the state budget, and any other income from a legitimate cause. 134 million euros is our average annual budget. It's the budget actually of this year.
We should have asked more.
Huh?
We should have asked more money.
More, yes.
I think we should have asked. Next,
No,
time,
you see,
next time we'll ask for more.
We're paying a lot of people, you see. This budget is separated in several programs, several priority pillars, which are then separated into special measures and actions. And these actions define the beneficiaries and the funding amount and the eligibility criteria. So you can see here our budget, actually for 2022. These are all our programs. The Blue Fund, the protection of the marine environment and prevention of the marine pollution. The Forest Protection and Restoration Program. The Natural Environment and Innovative Actions Program, which is very interesting for all of us, and it's actually which is funding this conference. The Environmental Balance Actions, the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Actions Revenues Program, which is our largest one, the EU LIFE Program, and the operating costs. So as you can see, most of, at least almost half of the budget is going to the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Actions Revenues Program. And second comes the Environmental Balance Actions, which is actually funding the municipalities of Greece. And the third is the Natural Environment and Innovative Actions Program. Let's be more specific. How is circular economy being funded through these programs? So through the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Actions Auction Revenues Program, actually this is a very large program funding the regions of Western Macedonia and Megalopolis for the just transition for the energy sector. And through priority pillar 2 of this program, the circular economy action plans of all the municipalities have been funded. And specifically the beneficiaries of this are the municipalities of Amindeo, Florina, Prespes, Eordea, Kozani, Velvedos, Voios, Servion, and Megalopolis. And each project was 50,000 euros. I'm sorry. Actually, after the development of local action plans for circular economy, funding will also be provided for the actual activities that these local action plans have included. Now, for the Natural Environment and Innovative Actions Program, one of our very interesting priority pillars is the innovative actions with the citizens. This has as beneficiaries non-governmental organizations that have been established and cooperate as non-profit organizations, or urban non-profit companies such as AMKE, public beneficial foundations, workers' unions, social cooperative enterprises, KINSEP as we say in Greek, and workers' cooperatives. Each project has a budget of 50,000 euros, and some of our interesting previous projects include food waste prevention in Greece, research and awareness raising campaign for food waste prevention in the Greek households, integrated actions for circular economy and zero waste in the municipality of Sparta, precious plastic, and many, many others. And a new call for this program will open in the next month or so, I believe. So keep your eyes peeled for this if you're interested. Another two pillars of the Natural Environment and Innovative Actions program is the extrovert actions, which support events such as this one all over Greece. And the priority pillar number 3, which is the research and innovation action, which supports academic institutions and research centers for many, many projects covering biodiversity, climate change, and circular economy. But the Green Fund plays a very important role in LIFE projects as well. It's the coordinator of two LIFE projects, the Greek LIFE Task Force Capacity Building Project, and the LIFE ELBIOS Traditional Project. It is an associated beneficiary in 3 integrated projects, which are very large strategic projects of Greece, the LIFE IP for Natura, the LIFE IP Adapting Greece, and the LIFE IP Say Greece, for which I am working on as well. And we're going to talk about it in a little while. It is also an associated beneficiary in 5 traditional projects, the LIFE Riwi, the LIFE Terrascape, the LIFE Grekabat, LIFE Prohibit, and LIFE Profile. And it also provides co-funding for ongoing approved LIFE projects since 2012. And these are the logos of the projects that I was talking about. But what is LIFE? I'm sure that many of you don't know. LIFE is an EU funding instrument for the environment and climate action. It has a strong emphasis on long-term sustainability, replicability, and transferability, and impact indicators of each project. It is highly regulated, and it has multi-annual programs and calls. Almost everyone can submit the proposal, including public bodies, private commercial organizations, and private non-commercial organizations. And how does a LIFE project look like? 4 to 6 average number of beneficiaries per project, 1.5 to 2.5 million euros budget per project in average, general and specific objectives and thematic priorities, as well as a lot of types of projects. It might be pilot, demonstration, best practice, or information. 5.4 billion euros is the budget for this programming period, 2021 to 2027, and it is separated in the thematic categories of nature and biodiversity, circular economy and quality of life, climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as clean energy transition. The objectives are to contribute to the shift towards a clean, circular, energy-efficient, low-carbon, and climate-resilient economy, to protect and improve the quality of environment, and halt and reverse biodiversity loss. Co-funding of the European Union is at 60%. This is for all traditional projects. It might be a little bit different at some specific types of calls. And the types of projects include standard action projects, strategic nature projects, strategic integrated projects, technical assistance, other actions, and operating grants. The 2022 call is now coming to a close. It's still open only for clean energy transition projects, and it's closing next month. How is the Green Fund included into the picture? Actually, through the co-funding live projects, it's playing an important role as a beneficiary in the circular economy implementation project that I am also working on, the LIFE IP Say Greece. And it's also covering a percentage of the own funds, the other 40% of the beneficiaries, of authorities that participate in the LIFE projects when they are unable to cover these costs. Some of the circular economy projects that the Green Fund has funded in the past is LIFE Circ for Bio, brine mining, and LIFE Pave the Waste. I'd like to say just a few words about our LIFE project. You're going to learn a lot more about it in these 2 days from our colleagues. It's called Circular Greece, and it's going to implement circular economy strategies and regulations in Greece. It has 20 beneficiaries, and the leader beneficiary is the Ministry of Environment and Energy. And this includes this includes Harokopio University as well, with Mrs. Lazaridi, Professor Lazaridi, and a lot of other organizations and municipalities. Our main pilot areas include urban areas such as Athens, Thessaloniki, and Varivoula Vouliagmeni, insular areas of Tinos, Alonissos, Santorini, Paros, and Antiparos, the mountainous area of Naupactia, and the region of Western Macedonia. The waste streams that it's dealing with, it's materials with high circular capacity, streams with targets set by the legislation, hazardous household waste, food waste, and agri-food waste. The tools that will be developed through this project is integrated and circular waste management systems, preparation for reuse and separate collection infrastructure, financial tools such as pay-as-you-throw, which for the first time will be implemented to a whole municipality in Greece, local regional alliances, voluntary agreements, awareness, dissemination, and vocational education through our workshops and webinars. Expected impacts of the project is the improvement of the waste management services provided by the municipalities, the promotion of food waste prevention, improving the environmental performance of companies and industries in the agri-food sector, improvement of citizens' attitudes towards waste management, capacity building, tools and synergies to strengthen the circular economy, awareness raising of stakeholders for the development of the circular economy, and integration of circular economy principles in the funding criteria. That was all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For us that we have live projects, Green Fund is one of our very favorite places. They have been funded us to cover the own contribution, so we'd like to thank you also for that.
And now I have the pleasure to call Dr. Petridis from the Horizon 2020 European University Project Athena. Dr. Konstantinos Petridis, the floor is yours. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the opportunity we have to present our European University, which is one of the flagships of the Hellenic Mediterranean University, particularly in the educational sector. The Athena European University is an acronym and stands for the Advanced Technology Higher Education Network Alliance. We are very much focused in the technology sector, mainly in nanomaterials, nanotechnology, and photonics. And through this presentation, I will try also to make a connection with what very important you are doing regarding the waste management. So I'm not, environmental. I'm a laser physicist. Recently, my research interest involves laser material interaction and portable laser sources. And, I will try also to connect how we can contribute. And also, I am the head of the International Relations Office. So this is the outline of my talk. I will start to present you the principles of the Athena European Universities, the Athena Consortium, what we have achieved right now as an Athena highlights, the Athena next steps, and our Athena waste in order to be connected, even though that I don't like the word Athena. I think instead of this word, we should place resources, because we should not speak about waste, we should speak about resources, since, there are countries that they can exploit and they can process 90% of the waste to produce fuels, to produce things about the cultivation of the earth. So what are the main principles of the Athena that governed our vision? Because it's not a project, it's a vision. It's like inclusivity. We would like to offer research, education, innovation opportunities for all. We would like also to be innovative, to include new policies that the European Union would like to promote, like micro-credentials, to create short programs that they are going to be available for any lifelong learner or any employer. We would like to be international. We would like to make the university, very international. We would like our students, our researchers, to come to Hellenic Mediterranean University and come to Europe, to come to the world. So we would like to integrate everything, research, education, internationalization, innovation in one campus, but this campus should belong to Europe, to the US, to China, to wherever our network extends. And of course, we would like to produce, generate programs, research that has an impact to the research, to the market, to the society needs. So we would like, through the digitalization of the society, all of these kind of priorities to be available to you and to everyone. So this is like on accordance to the priorities of the European Union. And so the Athena Consortium consists, initially we were 7 universities. In Instituto Politecnico di Porto, in Porto, Hellenic Mediterranean University that I would like to highlight, we are the only one ex-Applied Sciences University that belongs to this elite group of 9 now Greek universities. The National Technical University of Athens has just joined, and the University of Greece has just joined to another consortium. The University of Siegen in Germany, the University of Orleans in France, the Vilnius Tech University in Lithuania, University Cusano in Rome, and the university, and recently University of Vigo and Marie Curie University in Poland has joined us, and we are very happy to introduce last month the whole Association of the African Universities, the whole Association of Brazilian Universities, Abdullah Gül Universities, 2 national authorities, and more than 52 companies involved mainly in photonics and nanotechnologies in our group. So we are a big consortium. We represent, as you can see, more than 150,000 students with more than 50,000 staff. So we believe that we have something to provide, and we are going to be very happy to collaborate with you through our network that consists from researchers, industry, market, and even more. So what are the Athena highlights? I'm going to present you what we have achieved right now. It's like, it's a big dream. We would like 9 universities, more than 9 universities, if you are going to think about our associate partners, to become one university. It's like we have a Piaggio, a Vespa, to go to the moon. But I mean, the people that we are working every day for this dream, we have starting to realize that we are becoming one university, and we believe in the next stage, in the next 4 years, that we will secure extra funding to realize, you know, in the general population. So what are the, you know, a message appeared. Okay. All right, what is the, you know, our highlights? The computer crashed. Don't worry. Okay. This happens to the computers. You know, we have the governance. We are already working as a 10 universities with a rector, a president, a research board, educational board, innovation, centers, people that they are working for the market. And as you can see, we started our first meeting with few people, only the rectors, but now recently in Porto we were more than 120 people, which shows the impact of what we are doing to the society and the ecosystem of the 9 universities. We have started to have our first joint courses. As you can see here is the first joint course in optoelectronics and optical communications. We have another COIL course which stands for Collaborative Online International Learning in Soft and Research Skills Development. Soft skills are so important for the market. According to McKinsey and to Boston Consulting, 80% of the survival and the excellence of what are you doing is based on the soft skills, presentation, communication, critical thinking, and then comes, you know, your hard skills. So we are involving with the development of this course in collaboration with Boston Consulting. We have the blended intensive courses and the blended courses that we provide to our students to interact each other online, and this comes face to face to elaborate and solve problems that the market plays to us. We have already organized 4 intensive programs in lasers, nanotechnology, 2 materials. Very recently, before a week, we are responsible as an HMU, as a part of the Athena, to develop the whole training programs of the graphene flagship. We have one Erasmus Mundus project, recently approved in nanotechnology and nanosensing, and 4 new Erasmus projects. So we have received 5 million euros at the beginning, but we have added another 11 through our collaboration, and more are coming. So, and of course, you know, everything is under integrated multi-platform. We have the observatory, the view in the future. So we have a unit that checks how the research is moving, what research is happening in the topics that we are involved, and we have already organized 55 invited talks, colloquia talks in science. Recently, we have an ex-Nobel Prize last week in solar cells that he presented his research to us. We have organized 20 invited talks in modern pedagogies and technologies, because the students for us is the most important thing. We would like to inform them about the new learning priorities, the new learning directivities, and also what kind of technology we should provide to our teachers to become more inspired teachers and leaders in the classroom. We have organized 25 invited talks in mathematics. Why mathematics? Because we are driving to the digitalization of the society, and mathematics is like the key course. 80 seminar lectures in soft and digital skills in collaboration with Boston Consulting, and 4 roundtables discussion about internationalization, innovation, research in nanotechnology, and other things. And collaboration, this is with the official body of the European Union regarding technology, the Foresight Institute. So this is the official body or organization of the European Commission that shows what kind of technologies will drive the economy, the circular economy, or the businesses in the next years. So we have also the research. In the research, we are very happy that we have launched our first research book, and this research book involves 25 peer-reviewed original research papers with our reviewers to come from outside of the Athena. So our reviewers, they were coming from Technion, Weizmann, Cambridge, Oxford, Erlangen University in Germany. So, you know, we are very proud that we announced that we have published our first research book. We have our online platform that you can find over there, whatever expertise exists within the Athena, whatever facilities exist with the Athena, with a big vision to have distributed research facilities. So any researcher in the HMU can use any research facility in these 10 countries. And this is, you know, this is something that we have done, not something that we will do. We have designed, you know, the career days. Yesterday we have a first career day inviting, you know, more than 15 companies in the field of data science, robotics, any modern technology for our students to get involved and network each other. We have created the Industry Interface Committee that advises us about our next steps. We have the liaison offices about technology transfer, 2 roundtables with industry. We have already organized 2 international weeks. Last week we were in Hanya, more than 150 people to speak about digital and soft skill development. We have the Lingua Cafe in order to promote the cultivation of foreign languages for our students to be able to go on abroad, make their studies more international, in order to feel citizens of the world. Do not feel, any barriers here in Greece. They are not barriers for their career development. The world is up there, and there are no borders regarding career and professional development. And we have our sports event every year. During the Europe's Day, we organize a sport event for our youth. We have the first European University ESN network approved by Brussels last week, the Erasmus Student Network, which makes us, very innovative in this field compared to our competitors, our network and congress for the students. So what are the next steps? What next steps we would like to do? For me, it's my way or the highway. If we failed, I think I should go to the highway. Otherwise, I should follow my way. So right now, we are working more than 300 staff. They are working for the new proposal for the next 4 years. All the tasks have been generated, and the teams are starting to work. And Athena will operate holistically the next phase. We are not going to involve only electronics or nanomaterials, but we would like also to include, what very important you are doing. And finally, for the Athena waste, recently I was visiting, something related installations in Porto and installations in Krakow about the exploitation of the waste. I was very much impressed by the technology. Before these events, if someone was going to talk to me about waste, I was thinking waste. But now I can see how important it is for me as a citizen, but I can see how much technology and science is involved in this, from the collection, the separation, the processing, and the outcome. There are countries like Germany, Finland, that they exploit 90% of the waste. But this also has to do with our attitude as a citizens. How do we place the waste? My wife always, shouting to me when I throw everything in everything. So now I can realize how important it is. So I believe that, as a European university, we can definitely, since we are working together with Portugal and the Polish, company, we can offer, technology solutions, or we can try to offer technology solutions. And we would like, Athena to become, the first green campus as a European university. We would like to tell you that we should stop talking about waste, but talk about resources. And that's it for me. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Kostas. Thank you very much. So, nuclear Kostas. One of the most energetic people I know, at least. Anyway, Mr. Stamatis, from the General Secretary from the Ministry of Social Works, isn't it? Social Works, I think. But he was not able to do the speech, so we have Mrs. Ferikidou, who is a collaborator with Mr. Stamatis. I think we have a multiple screen view here. We're trying to fix it. So whenever we're ready, we can start.
I am ready.
Yeah, well, it's a technical thing. I think we are not ready.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Good morning to all. Can you hear me? Yes, I think
Excellent.
yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
I would like good morning to all you. On behalf of Secretary General, Mr. Stamatis, I would like to send his greetings to all of you to this very interesting and very important Retaste about food and waste collaboration. And I would like to apologize because he was programmed to be here with you, but unfortunately there was an unexpected obligation that he had to change his program. For us, it's very important. For many years, the phenomenon of food waste was mainly focused on economical less developed countries where hunger and malnutrition were more pronounced. However, the last 2 decades, the phenomenon has been noticed in developed countries as well, and it's very much well known and through public opinion that the waste of the resources in general is changing, and because more and more people in rich countries ask for support to ensure their nutritional needs. In Greece, according to UN data, we're in a very high position through the countries that waste and food waste is in the largest amounts in the world. At the same time, according to Greek Statistical Authority, Elstat, with data for 2020, it stated that 1 million, almost 1.5 million people in the country face food insecurity. For us, it's important to mention that the government and the Greek Fund for European aid to the most deprived. There's a fund that supports the distribution of food and basic material aid in accordance with other measures that contribute to the social integration of these beneficiaries. This program is implemented in many municipalities. And also, it's very important to mention that there are school meals. There was a pilot program implemented from 2017, and today it's still it's extended, of course, across the country. We have a budget that is almost in the 90.1 million euros that have been secured, and school meals are reaching more schools than ever before. We have almost 200,000 meals which distributed daily while the program has been upgraded. And of course, it's very important to mention that the menu is adapted to the kids' preferences, which is the one. And the other one important thing is that the standards of the Mediterranean diet are followed because the raw materials are selected based on their nutritional value. For us, this is very important because the hidden hunger and the malnutrition to children has many bad consequences to the health and in general to the children. It also has to do with the obesity, and for us it's very important just to have measures about it. There's still much work to be done, and we hope that this is a very fruitful discussion today, and we wish you good luck to this try. It's the second Congress, as I see. We think that civil society and initiatives are very important. We believe that there are many synergies that has to be done in the public sector. We are looking forward to it, and we wish you good luck once again.
Thank you to Ms. Ferekidou, and we hope that we see a good combination between the two ministries, with the Ministry of Environment, in the effort to exploit what are the food residues to alleviate poverty as well. Now I would like to call Mr. Michael Tsagarakis, Marketing Director of Chalkiadakis SA, to address the challenge of food waste in retail and the importance of reducing it. Mr. Tsagarakis, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm really glad and looking forward to attend all these meetings. Congrats for the organization, it's perfect. Mr. Magnos, Ms. Lazaridi, thank you very much for the opportunity, and we are really honored as the largest supermarket chain in Crete that we have the opportunity here to present a few of our initiatives and a few of our innovative initiatives, we hope, and to discuss it with you and to have the opportunity to move it more forward. So, to the ones that don't know us, they don't know the ones abroad, because everybody in Crete, of course, knows Supermarket Chalkiadakis and our stores, but the ones from the audience that it's not here, let me have 1 minute to present our chain. So we are the largest supermarket in Crete. We are since 1980 on the island. Our turnover is around 200 million euros. This is 2021 figures. We have 24 stores all over the islands. We are the largest family, as we like to call it, because we have more than 1,500 employees, and this is our legacy, this is our value, our true value. We have the leading share of market in Crete. We are 31. And we have approximately 28,000 customers per day in our stores, and 135,000 loyal and I hope happy customers all over. So we are green. I think something is with Team Viewer. I'm sorry about that. Keep current. Okay. I hope everything is okay. Okay. So our green premises, we are green. We are trying to do green think about the environment. We are trying to reduce our footprint. So we begin from our premises. Our warehouse is green, a green warehouse. We have implemented biological wastewater treatment. We have special ventilators using photovoltaic technology. We have lighting. The lighting in the warehouse is from natural solar lighting, so we decrease the consumption of electricity. And we do the same in our stores. We're trying to make all our stores green. So we have implemented the net metering technology in 9 of our stores, thus reducing the carbon dioxide to 27%. We produce from solar energy electricity. And we support electric mobility by implementing electric charging stations in 12 of our stores. And actually, we try to have one electric charging station in each city so that somebody can drive his electric car from Kania to Sitia, all around Crete, and he will be able to charge his car. Moreover, we do recycling. We are part of the Hellenic Recovery and Recycling Corporation. Our contribution till 2021 was approximately 2,500 blue beans. We do also recycle all our packing materials, paper, carton, stretch films, and plastic via reverse logistics. We have it back in our warehouse. And this is approximately 960 tons per year. And along with our customers, we try to implement recycling to used cooking olive oil, animal byproducts, bottle caps, household appliances, batteries, etc. Also, we like to run often awareness campaigns about environment. Our latest was about the plastic bags. We try to reduce the use of plastic bags, and that's why we gave out for free to our customers around 40,000 reusable plastic bags in order to increase the use of the reusable plastic bags. And also we are very keen on collaborating with academic institutions such as HMU and Mr. Magnos and his team. And we are participating in innovative research programs that try to implement new technologies and innovation. So overall, our commitment is to reducing our footprint, reducing plastic bag and plastic packing material by 50% till 2025, and achieve 95% of the percentage recycling in our total waste. So, food waste, we are talking about food waste today in retail. This is the issue. Approximately 121 kilos per capita. Per capita is the number of food waste according to UN.
And according to ILK, our local institution, the retail is responsible for 13% of this. Household is responsible for 61% of the total food waste, and Horeca is the rest 26. We, as a supermarket, we dispose more than 520 tons of fruits and vegetables throughout the year. This is 2021 data, and more than 7 tons of pasta. Now, what we can do? Due to the global political and energy crisis, there was a need for animal feed, as you know. And this is why, because extreme price increases have been implemented, and there was a lack of raw materials for animal feed. We as a supermarket, we see our role in the middle of three parts. From one part is the academic institutions and all the startup companies that have the innovation and have the knowledge on this. On the other part is our suppliers, the farmers and the breeders, that they need to implement all this new technology. And the third party, the third pillar, is our customers and the local community. So we believe that we need to be in the middle of these three circles and to combine all them in order to have a good result. So what was the innovation here? The innovation was to produce high-quality raw materials for animal feed by using our green organic waste from our stores, fruits and vegetables mainly. So the raw material and the outcome. This was the target to implement circular economy in action. This was the process. The retailer, Supermarket Chalkiadakis, was daily collecting organic waste, fruits, vegetables, pasta and flour, via reverse logistics from our stores. And it was, the amount was about 150 and 200 liters per day. The academic institution, IHMU, was responsible and did accomplish to construct and operate a unit for mixing and drying all the organic waste in order to produce raw material for animal feed with a minimum energy consumption. And the last, our suppliers, our feeders, can receive this raw material and test it in the animal feed. So this is some of the pictures of the unit. And this is the outcome, these are the results. The project was approximately 3 months. The input was 8 tons of green waste and pasta. The HMU achieved a constant operation of the unit of mixing and drying the raw materials. At the beginning, the humidity was high, approximately 9%, but then we added rice, pasta, and sour, reducing the humidity to less than 12%. And the result was very promising and great, I think. It was 1 ton of final products with high-quality ingredients. Namely, the protein was approximately 12 to 15%. The fibers was approximately 5 to 8%. The fat was 2 to 2.5, and the rest was carbohydrate. So this is our new project, but we always try to implement new things. We always try to be as innovative as possible. So this was our previous project, Circular Economy in Action again. Nothing gets wasted. This was a pilot project that was implemented in 14 of our stores. These stores representing approximately 53 of the total company's turnover. And by using the decomposing technology and the expertise of the academic society, the HMU, we managed to recycle all the organic green waste of our groceries by decomposing it. And we produced actually an excellent compost that was used in our plants, and also it was used in some activities like here, this was in Gazi, Maleviziu, that we planted some trees. Now, apart from another impact of the food waste issue is another challenge that is due to the new conditions is that the food price index has increased significantly. This is a diagram, a chart from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United States that highlights that the food price index is at its highest level since its inception in 1990. And it's a new all-time highs for vegetable oil, cereals, and meat sub-indices. So the food price is very high. And on the other hand, here we have three pillars. The first pillar is the retailer and suppliers that, according to their CSR policies, they need to reduce and they want to reduce food waste. On the other hand, we have the solidarity institutions that they have every day more beneficiaries, so they have more needs and less financing, unfortunately. And of course, there is the local community and the beneficiaries, people that due to the increase in food prices, they have issues in food. So what we try to do here is we try to connect again all these three dots to create the food bank on Crete. The food bank in Crete was an institution against hunger, and we are proud to be sponsors of this new food bank in Crete. We have donated, we have granted their warehouse for free. This is in one of our stores. The initiation was on May 2022, and since then, we have managed to give out approximately 3 tons of shortly expiring food, and we have cooperation with 9 food companies and retailers and 16 solidarity institutions. And of course, there is more to come. We have in our application, we are trying to incorporate a new technology that the customer can see the expiring date of each of the products that has purchased, so in order to reduce food waste. And of course, special discounts for shortly expiring products. This is another project that we run with ECR, Greece, and it will be implemented shortly. And at last but not least, we need to increase awareness. We need to increase awareness among our employees and the customers and the public. So we ran a small research campaign with a news portal in Crete. It's cretalife.gr. It's the #1 news portal in Crete, for the ones who don't know it. And we tried to make an article, a native and a quiz, a small quiz, in order to be more entertaining and fun, to see what our customers and people think about food waste and the environment in general. Of course, the sample was not, it was not a real sample. No, I mean, the people was real, but it wasn't hedged. So what we get out of this sample is that people really want food waste, really want to reduce food waste. They're really conscious about this. So I use shopping list for grocery shopping, replied 75% yes. They said yes, that we do. We use the shopping list. 79% replied that we handle leftovers, we keep it for next day, so we don't throw it away. And of course, 62% of our sample replied that we cook daily based on a weekly schedule. So in order to reduce food waste, they have a weekly schedule, they stick to it, so they reduce through this way their food waste. And all this establishes our strong commitment to reduce food waste and our footprint in Crete in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tsagarakis, and congratulations for the very nice initiatives you have in Halkidakis. And I'm also wondering how you're going to use the pay-as-you-throw options that start opening, but this is a big question. Thank you again. And before we can drink coffee, I would like just to say the greetings and the welcome to the conference on behalf of Mr. Manolis Grafakos, the Secretary of the Ministry of Environment and Energy for Waste Management. He wanted to welcome this conference, and they're also giving their authorization as a Ministry of Environment, but unfortunately he had an urgent other commitment and could not connect, but sends all his welcome and his wishes for a good conference. Thank you.
Before we go to coffee, just one note: if you have a talk afterwards, please contact our people to have your presentations uploaded. All right? Thank you very much, and see you in the coffee.
Because we don't need it anymore. Perfect. And I am going here because we need the extended part. And all presentations go. I have something on now. Come on, don't do that. Yes, we are in presenter mode, so that you can see everything. Okay? You will just give me 2 minutes because I have to transfer some.
If you want to change, we change with this?
Exactly.
Where can you run away when you're alone? An empty heart thrust away 'cause life's gone. When you page off your way, you change for better days. When you page off your way, you change for better days. You need brand new feelings. Oh, you'll find when you're alone, it's killing your mind. When you're alone, it's killing your just run away from fools. You shouldn't wait. You shouldn't when you're alone, it's like snowflake, I melted with your kiss. You will rescue me by tears. Just take me by the hand and lead the better way. We will find a day. It's no need to hide from fascinating fears. We will find a day, find a day. It's no need to hide from fascinating fears. Close your eyes, embedding naturally this fear. We're strong together. We're strong together in our everlasting life. Close your eyes, embedding naturally this fear. We're strong together. We're strong together in our everlasting life. We will find you there. We will find you there. Find you there. Fascinating fears. We will find you there. We will find you there. Find you there. So beautiful, fascinating fears. We will find you there. We will find you there. Find you there. Find we will find you there. We will find you there. Find you there.
during lunchtime. So, with no further delay, I am using my mobile to be able to read the program. As I said in my previous comment, it's printed only for people who are less than 20 years old. So, I am doing the smart thing, and I'm using, how you call that, magnifying glass or something like that. So the first speaker for this session is Ronja Herzberg, and who's going to talk about vegetable losses. All right, excellent. Ronja, welcome.
Yeah, hello everyone. Welcome to my talk on what can politics do about fruit and vegetable losses from the field to the retailer's warehouse. And this is a study I conducted with my colleague Dr. Felicitas Schneider. And we are both from Thünen Institute of Market Analysis in Braunschweig, Germany. So why talking about farm stage loss and why coping with political intervention in the field of fruit and vegetable losses on early stages of the supply chain in Europe, which is the focus of our study. And here you can see that the WWF showed in their report that fruit and vegetable waste actually accounts for a large part of farm stage waste, especially in high-income countries. And on the right-hand side, you can see that the total farm stage food waste per capita is even higher in high and middle-income countries than in low-income countries. So this is definitely a thing that you should consider and that is worth thinking about when talking about political measures. I would first of all like to provide some background information on the political environment, which has been done already in the first session a little bit. So there are a few international and EU strategies and also legislations that increasingly pick up on the topic of food loss and waste. For example, we all know the Agenda 2030 and the SDG 12.3, which aims at halving food waste on retail and consumer stages and at the reduction of food loss on the remaining stages. But we also have the Green Deal, Farm to Fork strategy, and the Circular Economy Action Plan that increasingly pick up on this topic of food loss and waste. And of course, we had the amendment of the EU Waste Directive that now obliges all member states to really take action against food loss and waste and to implement a regular monitoring. I also like to give you some examples of food loss and waste policies in EU member states. We have Good Samaritan laws, for example, in Italy that facilitate the donation of food which would have been wasted otherwise. We have the so-called food waste ban, for example, in France and the Czech Republic. And also thirdly, we have voluntary agreements. The third example that I would like to give to you, for example, in the UK, the Courtauld Commitment. I also like to provide some theoretical background from environmental economics and political science. So this is really about environmental policy instruments in general. So this is not about food loss and waste policy instruments. We can divide these into 4 categories. First of all, we have the command and control instruments or direct regulation. For example, the restrictions of pesticide use or targets regarding ambient pollution, for example, air or water pollution. So these are maybe the most well-known policy instruments. Then we have market-based instruments or economic incentive programs, for example, payments for agri-environmental measures or payments for nature conservation. The third category would be the cooperative instruments or self-co-regulation, which are, for example, the voluntary agreements that I mentioned before, and another example would be the corporate social responsibility programs, for example, implemented by retailers. We've already heard about that. Last but not least, we have information-based instruments, and the most well-known example is probably the eco-labeling of food. So this already brings us to our study aim and research questions. So what we tried in our study is to combine or compare the existing policy measures that we have regarding food loss and waste with the policy instruments available and the perceptions and needs of the supply chain actors. So the research questions we derive from that are: which policy instruments exist already to reduce food loss in the early supply chain and which have been neglected so far? What are the perceptions and needs of food supply chain actors regarding policy interventions? And thirdly, how can these policies be designed better to address the needs of the actors? So I will present two sequential studies in the frame of my PhD project that were conducted between 2020 and 2022. The first half was a qualitative and the second half was a quantitative study. So first of all, we did qualitative expert interviews. We did 22 interviews with retail producer organizations and producers in fruit and vegetable supply chains in Germany. We analyzed the data using structuring content analysis according to Cookhart's, and we applied deductive and inductive coding. After that, we conducted a quantitative online survey with suppliers of a large retailing company in Germany, and herefore we picked 12 fruit and vegetable crops, and we looked at their supply chains in Germany, Italy, and also in Spain. We analyzed the data until now mainly in a descriptive manner. Firstly, I'd like to show you some findings of the interviews. I only want to show you the code that we found regarding political options for action. And this code contains 4 subcodes, which you can see on the left-hand side. And so, for example, interviewees said that they expect politics to conduct measures regarding communication and cooperation. For example, they suggest that politicians should educate consumers better concerning environmental costs of food waste, but they should also strengthen the appreciation of agriculture and food. The second category was the suggestion that politics should subsidize and they should also implement food price related measures. An example would be the subsidizing of packaging machinery, warehouses or cold storage, all these infrastructures that may lead to lowering the level of food waste. And another idea was to ensure a sufficient price level. They said this is important with regards to food loss reduction. For example, by differentiating domestic products from imports. And here I brought you a little quote of a producer organization who said, if you compare a Polish apple with a German apple, then it is no longer on an equal footing because there are also other framework conditions in the background, and that should actually at least be tried that you make a difference. Yes, that's always difficult. Then you would talk about compulsory tariffs, which is not possible within Europe. So he gives an example of a political option for action, but also sees that this may not be in line with the competition law. The third category we found were the regulatory measures and also political framework conditions. And here interviewees suggested that politics should address the power relations between retail and production and should also start monitoring unfair trading practices. Moreover, or another example that they gave were that they should prohibit retailers to set specific product requirements. And here I also brought a little quote. A producer organization said, what would really be a concrete recommendation is to say the laws that are set have to be sufficient. If a maximum pesticide residue limit is 0.1 milligrams, then a retail chain would not be allowed to say, but I only want 0.001. So this is really about retailers sometimes setting requirements which are even stricter than the legal requirements for fruit and vegetables. The fourth category was actually surprising us a little bit. So some interviewees said that no political intervention is required due to 2 arguments. One was that they said markets regulate themselves, and it would be just intrinsically wrong to undermine these market mechanisms. And the second argument was that politics cannot do anything against food loss anyway, so maybe they should better just leave it at that. I also want to show you an example of one finding of our quantitative study regarding the question, what should politics do to reduce losses in the early supply chain, also of fruit and vegetables in this case. And the question contained 9 statements rated on a Likert scale. And on the right-hand side, you see agreement regarding the statement. On the left-hand side, you see disagreement. And here we can see that the statement that politics should not take any measures, there's actually quite a large disagreement regarding the statement. So in general, the participants said, yes, politics should better do something. But regarding the other statements, there's a lot of agreement in general. And especially if you look at, for example, politicians getting involved in fostering alternative marketing and processing, subsidizing technologies and infrastructure, balance power between producers and retailers, and last but not least, educating consumers. There's a large agreement on this. This brings us to the conclusions and policy implications. So we can see that food loss and waste policies in Germany, but also in other EU member states, they tend to focus quite a bit on downstream supply chain stages and also a bit more on redistribution and recycling rather than prevention. And there are more communicative and cooperative measures than, for example, monetary incentives or regulatory measures, which seem to be missing a little bit in this case. And regarding the needs and requirements of stakeholders, we could see that they are partially addressed. So, for example, there are already efforts to educate consumers, and this is also in line with the needs and requirements of the stakeholders. But when it comes to alternative marketing, product specifications, power imbalances, market prices, politicians could maybe still do a little bit more if we compare this with the needs and requirements. Also, to name one limitation of the limitations of our study, of course, we assessed only the perceptions of norm addressees, so these are the ones that are eventually affected by the policy. And of course, they also have other interests apart from food loss reduction. So this is something you should keep in mind when looking at these results. And maybe the next step would be to assess the policy's effectiveness, which could not be done in this study so far. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions and get into a discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronya. So, Ronya,
yes.
Right? I'm pronouncing it right.
Yeah,
excellent.
Perfect.
That's a big improvement for me. All right, any questions here? Don't be shy, people. All right, Katya? Policies. All right. Thanks very much, Ronya. I think everybody's very shy. You're the first person to present something scientific today, so I think they're trying to open themselves later on.
Maybe
right?
later on in the lunch break you can come up to me and ask
Cheers.
any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, next I would like to call Dr. Yannis Vardopoulos, who is going to present a speech on assessing food waste generation in the food service sector. Mission Impossible?
Greetings, everyone. What a pleasant morning we have here. My many thanks to the organizers and other presenters for making this valuable opportunity available to all of us. My name is, am I supposed to do something?
No.
My name is Ioannis Vardopoulos. You can call me Yanni. I am a junior researcher working under senior academics towards producing high quality research addressing critical concerns of applied sustainability and circular economy. I'm here today to present eventually our preliminary research regarding the quantification of food waste at the food service sector.
As you said, Mission Impossible sometimes. Well, did you check with Tom Cruise about using the title?
Well, that's the pun intended.
Oh, okay.
That's the pun intended.
Well, I'll tell you what. If Tom Cruise was presenting it, it would be a full room now.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure. My good, so this works after all? Okay. I'm waiting for this to come up to the big screen.
I'm running out of jokes to cover the gap. It's just we are doing this in two ways. Right now people are watching it through the internet. So I think we're trying to compose those two systems. So we are able to watch it from here, and then we're also able to watch it from home or something like that.
Well, I can present without
no
PowerPoint. Either way, it's just helping me visualize my things.
All right, here we are.
Okay. This is, there we are. So in recent years, the subject of food lost and waste has gained worldwide attention, primarily because of the various environmental, social, cultural, and financial possible risks associated therewith. Indeed, past few years, a whole slew of studies on the food waste topic have been accepted and released by large publishing houses. Upon an attempt to offer solutions, studies are available by either universities or institutions and agencies, either engaged at a local, a global, or regional point of view, or associated with more than one, or the entire food supply chain stages. There is unanimity on the need to improve prevention strategies, actions, and hands-on practices in order to efficiently reduce food waste. In order to tackle the food waste crisis, the underlying issue to be addressed must be first clearly understood. This makes food waste quantification the first and most important step in the process of food waste management, both in terms of establishing a baseline, but also in terms of the need to evaluate the effect of the prevention and reduction strategies and measures taken. For the scope of the current research, a systematic literature review on service sector food waste was carried out. 68 records were identified using the PRISMA statement. Time frame considered for this study is set between 1990 and 2022, while geographic-wise, all regions providing available data were factored into our equation. From a scientometric point of view, Elsevier is the publisher with by far largest percentage of articles with the characteristics set by the present study. 3 Elsevier journals were found to publish the largest number of articles, but the cross-disciplinary sustainability journal also owns a dynamic position in this map. 2019 is the year the most of the articles were published in the total of the 3 decades studied, while a consistent growing trend in the number of articles is also noted. 196 authors in total is the human workforce behind this list of 68 articles, representing an average of 4 authors per manuscript. Yet only a few researchers are consistently publishing in this topic. From a findings standpoint, the average portion reported by the current master list of empirical studies is 171 grams per meal, coming from an average portion size of 480 grams, while the average food waste reported by percentage point amounts to 25.7%. Studies reporting food waste quantities only on a plate waste basis, only not considering liquid food waste and only considering liquid food waste were also found. However, reported figures could be considered particularly broad, thus a type of establishment grouping would seem rather necessary. Thus, evidence from the studies reviewed herein report an average in grams per meal in schools, universities, restaurants, hospitals, and airlines, as per seen in this slide. However, beyond mere numbers, there are certain very important qualitative characteristics found. For instance, despite the increasing efforts, there is no globally agreed definition of what constitutes food loss, food waste, and weight, and so on. Unsurprisingly, this has been carried over to academics conducting studies. Thus, despite all intents and purposes, it still remains exceedingly difficult to compare or generalize findings and hence support feasible and effective waste prevention treatment strategies and policy initiatives. One can also identify different production configurations among the different cookeries, and as to be expected, different cookeries involve different types and sizes of equipment, storage capacity, and so on, thus overall different waste generation phases, and thus amounts. In addition to the cookery type, though, the style of food and food service can also significantly influence the food waste amounts. Furthermore, food service is represented by establishment of a varying scope, size, scale, and standards, and this fact alone could cause a labyrinth of uncertainty in any attempt for quantification. Thus, it is necessary to fully comprehend the food waste dynamics throughout the numbers, sections, and subsections of the industry. Indeed, quite recently, a study reported a correlation among the food waste produced and the facility size in terms of serving capacity, as well as the business strategy. In terms of measuring methods, some of the published scholarly articles used existing methodologies, while few others applied a mixture. Direct measurement, although it requires high costs, time, and expertise, is the most trusted method, followed by the mixture of methods, which in most parts involves some kind of volumetric assessment at some point, in addition to interviews and surveys. Interviews and surveys, along with diaries method, hold the third position among the studies reviewed, followed by mass balance measurement and waste composition analysis. Methodological challenges also lie in time. In terms of duration, there have been no suggestion, to our best knowledge, on how long and for how much should food waste be measured in food service establishment? Should it be carried out continuously or by sampling only occasionally, and for how long? Nevertheless, the list of studies reviewed herein account for 23 days on average. In addition, methodological procedures determine the time food waste are collected and weighted. This time frame can deeply affect the overall outcome. For instance, if measurements occur at a time when a wasted piece of tomato has dried up, the result will be different. On the other hand, a few studies also report that the food waste are generated as a result of inaction activities, as well as behavioral and cultural factors. For example, in Brazil, the comida por quilo culture, which stands for food per kilo or kilo restaurant, has been established in most restaurants. Over-ordering is often seen as a kind of hospitality in Chinese culture with reference to the Mianzi concept. The African culture is all caring for the next person in the spirit of Ubuntu, and food is used to show love and acceptance. Judaism has the Talmudic concept of Bal Tashib, which can be interpreted as "thou shalt not waste," and the list goes on. To set another example, state-funded schools in Sweden, Finland, and Estonia, for example, are part of a social culture seen as a teaching opportunity, a pedagogic meal, which from our perspective can provide certain rather useful waste prevention-wise insights. Yet, this welfare state model directly affecting food culture and the food waste produced stands far from the liberal welfare regimes seen in other parts of the world, say the States or Australia, in which parts of the world food culture widely endorses convenience or pre-cooked food. Similarly, from a socio-cultural perspective, the desire to take restaurant leftovers home, which is correlated with the perceptions of cultural and social norms surrounding such behavior, as well as the inherent or acquired environmental awareness, could have positive effects in terms of reducing food waste. A well-known unintended bias on food waste quantification procedures that cannot be ruled out is the volume of water embedded in food, which varies and fluctuates significantly along the food service sector. Food waste has high moisture content, and owing to cooking techniques, menu, temperature changings, as well as food waste accumulation for measurement methods, and the time involved, as previously discussed, to name a few, can drive up or down the quantity of liquid food wasted. Therefore, food waste quantification can considerably affect the overall measured food waste. Water purposely added to food during production, preparation, or treatment, such as the water added to rice, for example, is regarded as food and must be included in the calculation of food waste. However, the existing published research work hardly refers to how water content and consequently moisture variations and fluctuations were addressed, or if addressed at all. A few but significant exemptions dwell into the moisture matter, yet further research is needed in order to determine the degree of moisture content fluctuations, to develop an unbiased moisture-wise methodology for direct measurements, and to formulate coefficients able to estimate water content in the food waste streams of the food service sector. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Measuring food waste in the food service sector is fundamentally challenging and quite complex. And as discussed, is challenging to create a scientific-based process for waste management that can be carried out across all kitchens. Therefore, the majority of the approaches published, although scientifically sound, could only draw conclusions on a strict case-specific viewpoint, offering limited means still useful to support horizontal food waste prevention measures or food waste management solutions across the food service sector. Additionally, this study points out that a better understanding of the numerous contextual and cultural factors involved in food waste and its management is decisive, and grasping the similarities and differences between the magnitude and drivers of food waste across all the different food service sector subsectors is essential to impose sustainable prevention and mitigation measures and approaches. Thank you very much, and please kindly ensure that your study has been included in our review, because after all, we're talking for a widely growing industry. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Dr. Vadopoulos?
They're still shy.
Well,
so Yanis, back. All right, here it is. So you can be in the frame. Right? There's always a TV.
Yes.
Don't forget that people are watching us from long distances. Just a quick question. This is only work done on not households, but commercial kitchens, right?
It's done on the food service sector basis. It covers everything that we were able to find on the published scholarly literature.
All right. This does include catering units?
Yes.
It does?
Yes.
So
even
pre-manufactured food that is prepared somewhere else and is served somewhere else?
Yes, exactly.
Because there are food waste in both size, in the preparation and the delivery.
Post and pre-preparation and all types of kitchens, and even airlines actually are catering units with satellite kitchens serving in the airplanes their food. So it covers everything, but we could take certain categories out of the whole slew of those studies and take their numbers.
All right, cheers. Just because for us we have dogs in our houses, food waste is not really happening. I'm not sure if you have dogs in your house, but if you have, the amount of waste we produce is very limited.
Yes, even considering the service sector, because you would take the leftovers back home.
Yeah.
Even from that perspective.
Right. Yanis, thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
And good luck with your work. All right, we move on, and let me see my magnifying glass. I think we have Dominic Lawrence, right? Dominic, I'm pronouncing right, I hope. Or more or less. That's not very satisfying, but I'm sure you'll correct me. Please do.
Thank you very much. You almost pronounced it correctly, because the origin of the name Leverenz might be related to the English version of Lawrence, so it's quite correct.
How do you pronounce it?
In German, I would pronounce it Leverenz. Leverenz, yes. Call me Dominic.
Did I get Dominic right?
Dominic is perfect, yes. So, good morning, everyone. I'm working at the University of Stuttgart, and in my research I have been focusing on food waste reduction measures, and today I brought some findings from a case study that investigated food waste reduction potentials by improving the demand forecasting. And in our case study, we worked together with 3 bakery chains and a hotel. And for the data collection, the bakery chains provided us with data from their stock management software over a period of about 9 months in 2019. And they reported the produced and the wasted bakery products for also different types of stores. In hotels, we collected data by implementing a food waste tracking system. We collected also data about the produced and the wasted food over a period of 34 Saturday evening events. First, we conducted an explanatory analysis to investigate the correlations between influencing variables and to identify trends and seasonality. Then we performed different forecasting models, namely the random forest model, support vector machine, and autoregressive integrated moving average. To indicate the predictive performance of each model, we use different error indicators. In the presentation today, I will focus mainly on the mean absolute percentage error, short MAPE, which might illustrate the predictive performance maybe a little bit more illustrative, which a MAPE of about 10% would be in an acceptable range for the predictive accuracy of each model. What did we do in the bakeries? First, we did a data selection and aggregation into product type, store type, and weekdays. Then we pre-processed the data set by cleaning data errors, especially by removing negative outliers, which were referring mainly to operating errors by the staff which treated the stock management software. Then we conducted the explanatory analysis and performed the forecasting models. And at the last step, we analyzed the performance of each forecasting model. In this plot, you see a first descriptive analysis of for the three bakeries, abbreviated with B1, B2, and B3. You see here the average demand in pieces per day of baked goods, and you see some peaks on Saturdays and Sundays, while the lowest food demand is at the beginning of the week. And if you have a look over the timeline, you don't see a real influence of the seasonality. This plot shows for the for different stores of each bakery chain the delivered, which means the produced amount of bakery products during the investigation period, which is shown by the yellow bar, and the light blue bar shows the sold amount of bakery goods, and the dark blue bar shows the wasted food or the returned bakeries from the store. But we also observe some data gaps, which is presented here in green in the green bars, and we observe that in bakery chain 1 there are small minor data gaps of less than 2%, while in bakery chain 2 there are significant data gaps of up to 14%. In bakery chain 3 the data gaps further increases up to 29%. And these data gaps are also represented in the predictive performance of our forecasting models, which you can see here. In this plot, you see in the vertical order the different forecasting models, RDF, SVM, and ARIMA. And for bakery, what you should focus here on is the blue highlighted area in the graph. The plot shows the difference between the collected data and the forecasting model performance. So the blue highlighted area shows the expected food waste reduction or the food waste reduction potentials by performing the forecasting model. And you see here for bakery chain 1, it works very well for the 3 different models. But it doesn't work actually for bakery chain 2 and bakery chain 3, which can be explained by the quite large data gaps. Since we observed a quite good predictive performance in bakery chain 1, we further investigated the performance quality for different store types, which is presented here. We investigated in the first vertical or the store in shop, in the second the store with a coffee, and The third column shows the downtown stores, and the fourth vertical order shows the suburban stores. And for all models and for all types of stores, in this case, when we go down in the aggregation level, we reach an even higher predictive performance, meaning that all forecasting models would significantly improve the predictive accuracy compared to what the bakeries do currently. What does it mean in average? Here we see that each model would lead to an expected food waste reduction of up to 80%, while the MAPE ranges between 10 and 13%, which is in a still quite acceptable range. So the main outcome of the investigation of the models in the bakeries is that it depends highly on the data quality which the bakeries treat their software. And if we reach an acceptable range of the basis data to perform the models, then we could achieve potentially a reduction of food waste of up to 80%. Let's have a look in the experiments in hotels. In hotels, we first implemented a food waste tracking system because there was no data collection regarding the food waste quantities. And what you see here is the food waste over time at the 34 investigated events. In the hotel, the events were in a repetitive structure every Saturday evening held. And as you see here, the hotels during the data monitoring already reduced their food waste from an average of 150 grams per guest and person down to about 80 grams per guest and event from event 20 to event 34. And even since the hotel already reduced food waste during the monitoring period, the forecasting model revealed that there's still a potential to further reduce the food waste quantities by implementing the forecasting models. And similar to the results in bakeries, we also observed here an expected food waste reduction potential between 77.5 and 82%, which means we have a similar predictive performance of the model and also a MAPE between of about 9%, which is even better than in the bakeries. So, concluding, we have figured out that all forecasting models can be conducted with a high expectation of success to reduce food waste in bakeries, but also in hotels. And it's potentially possible to reduce food waste by implementing these forecasting models of up to 80%, while the MAPE ranges in an acceptable range of between 9 and 13%. However, data quality showed some significant gaps, especially in 2 bakery chains, which refers to the data collection method, but also to the software or the tracking system used, and is also related to the awareness and the professional education of the employees and staff working there. So in future task would be, when implementing the forecasting models into practical systems, that first glance need to be focused on improving the data collection and the accuracy of the databases. Thank you.
Any questions? We have to find Yorgo. No, don't worry. As I said, we have to be through the system. I'm not sure if it's working though. Let me check it out. No. Yanis, hold on a minute. Let me check. Until we are sure about the microphone. I would like to, because we have a lot of students here, just want to make sure they understand the main idea behind what Dominic just presented. Dominic, you said that you created a prediction model that allows the bakery to estimate how much they need to sell in specific dates, so that way they will not have waste, right? They can reduce the waste up to 80%, which is not just the waste thing, it's also the economical thing for the bakery. Am I correct on this?
Yes,
right.
You're correct. So what is happening, bakeries are currently also conducting a forecasting, most of them not based on forecasting models, but based on their software system and also their experience. And the aim is usually not to reduce food waste. The aim is to increase their selling point. And with an intelligent or smart forecasting system, maybe both would be possible. So you can reduce food waste, but also keep your selling points.
Right, excellent. Well, thank you, Yanis. Yes.
Thank you for this inspiring presentation. I would like to know, what are the characteristics of the hotels that you're referring to in terms of food? Are they in shops like restaurants in the hotels? What are the characteristics of the hotels implementing this model?
In this case study, we work with a hotel that has different catering options, and we collected data in this hotel starting from the breakfast buffet, lunch and dinner. In this presentation, I showed only results from buffet caterings at Saturday evening events, and these events are provided as all-you-can-eat buffets. And so there is already a potential to reduce food waste, and when they started to monitor their waste, they independently developed some reduction measures. So it was important, first of all, in the hotel to start with the data collection itself and not with the forecasting. But since we achieved some quite good results for the forecasting in bakeries, then we tested the system also in the hotels.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation, all that you shared with us. I just have one question. Have you included in your parameters of the predicting model any marketing campaigns perhaps conducted by the bakeries? Or is it something that you are thinking about? Because I guess if a marketing campaign is running for a specific product, maybe the predictive model should include this also.
So in first instance, we wanted to keep the model very simple. So we worked only with the sold products and the wasted products. And then there are several parameters which would very likely improve also the model quality and the predictive performance. So that's a very good question, because we would expect when bringing it into practice that the bakeries would have a high interest to include those parameters that you mentioned.
Any other questions? No, they are all covered. Okay then, thank you very much, Dominic. This was an excellent presentation and excellent work you have shared with us. Thank you again. Yeah. And now I would like to call Mrs. Evangelia Sigala from Harokop University team that will present us an estimate of food waste generation in the retail sector in Greece. These primary data were based on a large work of Harokop University funded by the Alpha Vita supermarket chain, and this was expanded on assumptions of the shares of the market per product category to provide the baseline of the country on the retail sector, which is, and by the way, today is the meeting, or the plenary meeting of the European food loss and waste platform, and the first results of the baseline assessment all over Europe will be presented today in the members of the platform, so we will know them a bit more tomorrow. So, Evangelia, the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Evangelia Sikala, and today I will present the estimate of food waste generation in the retail sector in Greece. It is estimated that in the European Union, the largest amount of food waste is generated during the consumption stage, followed by the primary production and processing and manufacturing stage, while the distribution and retail stages account for only 5% of total food waste in the supply chains. Many reasons have been identified for food waste generation at the retail level, including high-quality standards, ineffective food demand forecasting, marketing strategies, large variety of offered products and overstocking, improper food handling, fluctuated food demand and consumers' expectations, reasons related to personnel, managers, store format and operational activities, the lack of food waste management procedure and technological systems, and as well as reasons related to the state of food when delivered at stores and warehouses. As it was mentioned earlier, the retail and other distribution of food sector has a small share of the total food waste in the supply chain. Then someone will wonder why it is important to study food waste at the retail sector. The retail has high purchasing power and influence of their food items produced and offered in terms of both quantities and qualities. Therefore, it can transpose food waste generation to the other food supply chain actors. For example, upstream through setting high-quality standards or through return policies or changes to orders, and downstream through its influence on consumers' shopping and consumption habits. As it was mentioned by Mrs. Lazaridis, according to the European Strategy for Food Waste Generation, for food waste reduction, member states are required to measure, monitor, and report food waste levels, with the aim to provide a starting point for future monitoring and reporting at the national level. Harkopi University quantified the food waste levels along the food supply chains, including the retail stage. Therefore, the main purpose of this study is to present the food waste generated in the retail sector in Greece for the country's baseline year 2020 by analyzing data from the same year collected by one of the largest supermarket chains in Greece, Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos. To estimate the amounts of generated waste, detailed recordings of food quantities and values of unsold food were provided by the company. The recorded products were provided either in weight units or items. When provided in items, they were converted into weight using the net weight of the products. When such information was unavailable, typical weight units from food composition databases were used. Moreover, the company provides financial data of total food handled by the chain per detailed food category, which was further converted into weight units using coefficients of value per weight from the shrink files. Unsold food may be donated, returned from stores to suppliers, or may be directly disposed of. The two latter categories are reported as food waste based on the Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos study. However, according to the European legal requirements, only food disposals account for food waste at the retail sector. To estimate the food waste generation in the stage of retail in Greece, the combination of counting, scanning, and coefficients methods was implemented. In detail, the food waste as measured by counting and scanning method in Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos chain was analyzed into 10 food groups categories, out of which the percentage of food waste on sales per food group and the average unit cost of food waste per food category were calculated. Moreover, data on the food expenditure of Greek households for 2020 provided by Hellenic Statistical Authority. Thus, after considering the total share of Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos in the organized retail sector, food waste was calculated as the sum of these products. I'm sorry for that. The results show that for the year 2020, unsold food accounted for 2.0% of total food handled by the company, while food waste and food donations accounted for 1.90% and 1.16% respectively. Compared to the baseline year of Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos, considerable reductions in unsold food and food waste were observed, indicating the good practice of the chain. The data was analyzed based on main reason for the food items that have not been sold. Almost 70% of the amount and value of unsold food is attributable to in-store activity. Secondly, store returns account for 17% in terms of weight and monetary value. These percentages are followed by the donations of food items from stores and warehouse food waste, with food donations from warehouses coming last. Furthermore, the data was evaluated based on the main store activity departments. The results revealed that the main food waste quantities are generated by the fruits and vegetable department and the dairy department, with each department accounting for almost 1/3 of unsold food. Next, the dairy and bakery and meat and fish departments contribute to an additional 30% in total. The grocery department is responsible for almost 7% of unsold food, and the frozen food department for the remaining 1.4%. The dairy and meat and fish and dairy and bakery departments account for approximately 70% of financial loss, followed by fruits and vegetable sectors, which account for approximately 18% of total financial loss. After considering the food waste definition according to the European legal framework, returns from food stores were excluded. As expected, it was found that fruits and vegetables account for 42.4% of unsold food, followed by the dairy products, meat, bakery products, and cooked meals. However, in monetary terms, fruits and vegetables comprised almost 23% of the total value of the food waste, followed by the dairy products, meat, bakery products, and cooked meals, which are responsible for almost 50% of the food waste value. Considering the coefficients derived from counting and scanning results from the above-mentioned data, it is estimated that almost 150,000 tons of food were wasted in the retail sector in Greece during the baseline year 2020. In conclusion, for the first time in Greece, ring data were analyzed for a large supermarket chain. It was revealed that food waste, including returns from stores, account for 1.90% of total food handled, while the respective percentage for food donation was 0.16%. Food disposal due to in-store activities represent almost 70% of total unsold food, while food donations are about 8 to 9% of unsold food. Fruits and vegetables account for almost 42% of unsold food, followed by the dairy products, meat, bakery products, and cooked meals. Furthermore, it was found that at the national level, almost 150,000 tons of food were wasted in 2020 in Greece, in the retail sector in Greece. Thank you for your attention.
Well, so we are very impressed with the numbers and the detail of the work, and we're discussing this as we're proceeding, so it was making it very nice for us. We have a very nice conversation. I wish you could hear it. Anyway, any questions? Michalis, any questions? Come on. You love these numbers. They're from the opposition or the composition, or how you call it, the competition. That's it, from the competition. Georgos, can we have a microphone? All right. Stelio.
I think you're on the same team of trying to reduce food waste and valorize it and things. And with Thrasivoulos, we were discussing what options, apart from donation and prevention, could be to valorize this, like all this value of fish, of expired fish, what could be done?
Massive amounts and massive values.
Yeah, pet industry and things, how it could be valorized.
Actually, in ECR, we are all in the same team, all the big supermarket chain, and we are now implementing a new project that we are going to have for 1 week price-offs on the short expiring dates products to see the impact and the effect on this. Already some supermarket chains already is doing that, but we are going to implement it in Crete as well. My only question was in the last slide on the conclusions that you mentioned 150,000 tons of food waste in 2020. This is only in retail sector or is in households are included as well?
How it was found?
No, is it household waste as well or
No,
it is
no.
only
Only the
retail?
retail.
Only. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. It was really nice. So, Katja, I think it's your turn. Right? And
well, now it is about household. We're going to try to present our data about household food waste. So, great pleasure to be here presenting our work, and hopefully, I'm not that tall. I'm about 30 centimeters less than John. All right, an overview, although most of you are familiar with that, large numbers. I think I will keep the general message that worldwide, we estimate that about 1/3 of all food produce is either lost or wasted, which is a huge number in a time of food crisis. And we have to keep in mind that more than 800 million people still go to bed hungry, and we have to try to do something about that. All these numbers are not definite numbers, they're estimates. They're estimates of the size of the problem because actually measuring is notoriously difficult. It's very, very difficult. So all this data we have, some of the UN Waste Index, from the FAO, Agricultural Waste Index, all these are the best available estimates. The good thing is that with this huge exercise from the European Union, which is now compulsory from all member states to report their food waste per sector, we are going gradually to get much better values and much more confidence on this, and there's a huge amount of work going on. You have seen that before. I'm now focusing on the consumption side, which is estimated to be, well, in Europe, almost half of the total food waste, according to most estimates. It could be also because the primary sector is under-researched, so it could end up that there is more waste or loss there, and there's always this question on loss, what is lost before actually entering or being ready to enter the market, for which really our numbers are more towards the side of wild estimate than actual measurement. I'm going to focus on the household part of the consumption. An overview of the legislative framework. We've heard this from previous ones. I would like to point our interest in the last bullet that in 2023, that is next year, the European Union aspires or plans to start a more specific discussion about actual targets on food waste prevention. There are different options of what that might be. Could be sector-specific, could be country-specific, could be a general one for the European Union. What is certain, there is going to be a lot of discussion about what that target is going to be, but I consider that, I believe, from what I understand, although I'm not by any means close to decision making, that actually we are going to have some more compulsory targets in the near future. We will see. For the moment, we have this aspirational target, this bounding to contribute to food waste prevention, but there is a lot of work on voluntary agreements and initiatives from the different players in the different sectors who actually we do start seeing reductions. And as Dominic said before and very well pointed out, there is a vast potential for savings, and this potential for savings is not only waste-focused, it's mainly value-focused. And that makes it will probably make it happen. Now, here we use the terms avoidable and unavoidable food waste. With avoidable, we mean the part that could be edible at some point of its life cycle, although by the time it's thrown away, it's not edible anymore. I mean, when it's waste, it's not edible. But before that, it was edible. So that is the difference between an apple and the peels of banana. So the peels of banana are what's the so-called unavoidable. The apple is avoidable. And if we take, for the example, the orange, if we throw a whole orange, in our data, the whole orange is reported, but actually, as an edible part, if you throw a whole orange, part of it is edible and part of it is unedible, and that would end up to the waste anyway, whatever better management or planning you could do. So that was how we did that. That was a diary-based study using a detailed diary, an online administered diary with the help of a survey company that would send reminders to the participants every night to complete the amount of the food items they had thrown away this date. There was a preliminary questionnaire survey to create a panel, and from this panel, the diary was sent to those people that were more than 50% who declared that they were responsible for at least 50% of food purchases and food preparation at home. If they answered in the questionnaire that they were not sent the questionnaire. They were not invited to the questionnaire study, to complete the diaries. And there was a small financial incentive through a lottery. There were some checks, some 20 euro checks, for about 1/3 of the participants. They were asked to record daily what they threw away, either as food items, that was the edible or avoidable type of foods, per each food category, or the unavoidable, and this was only separated in two categories, which was of animal or plant origin, and we were asked them to describe what it was. So at the end of the day, we had a big database with either pure weights, because they were asked to weight it if they had a balance, or sometimes, or if not, they could report that they said half a plate of pasta or 2 oranges. In this case, a team of nutrition scientists used the databases that the nutrition scientists use, and Ms. Sigale was in the heart of this effort, to transform these qualitative descriptions into mass units. So here's the structure of the households according to their family members. In total, we had 1,102 households that gave valid diaries, and this was the structure according to the size of the household. The values I'm going to report here are the averages of the sample of these 1,100 households. We used this study to report and calculate the baseline of the country, but for this reason, we did a stratification on the basis of the household size structure of the Greek households. on the basis of the provisional data of the Hellenic Statistical Service. So here the values of the sample are reported, but I will tell you what is the average for this after the stratification. I mean, the hint here is that in our sample, the one-member households were more than the average of the country, which resulted into slightly larger averages, because it was what we usually find in the literature. It was here obvious as well that single-member households produce more food waste in all categories than larger households. So what was the avoidable? It ended up, the sample for the non-stratified population. So the values at the last column are if you multiply this average with the overall population of Greece, which is not what was given in the baseline, because there were corrections both for the stratification, but also for the population of the country that is not in households, because there are some people who are in the army, some people who are in institutions and things. So the average here was 95.5 kilograms, with about 42 kilograms avoidable and 53.5 the unavoidable. After stratification, this resulted into 89.2 kilograms per person as a total, 39.2, if I remember well, or no, 39.8 for the avoidable, and 50.5 for the unavoidable. And due to also to the smaller, to some people not being in households, that resulted to around 960,000 tons of food waste in Greece from households. How we see here the total food waste in kilograms per year per person, and we see the stratification per household size. We can see how strong it is that the one or two member households are quite high, while the rest are relatively similar. We hope that we will submit the detailed paper with also the statistics and things fairly soon. Now, avoidable versus unavoidable. What we see, I mean, this value of either 95.5 in the sample or 90, or about 90 for the population, is on the medium to high value compared to some other average values from similar studies in Europe. However, I want to point out that for Greece, when we go to the amount of what I say avoidable or edible parts of fraction of food waste, is very similar to other countries, and that depends a lot on the way we produce food, on the way we consume food. In Greece, we consume a lot of fresh food. A lot of preparation happens in the kitchen, and therefore that results into a lot of pills and things. So that's why we have a quite high portion of unavoidable. And also we don't have so many ready meals that may result into a higher wastage as well. Also here I have to point one of the main limitations of our study. This was carried out in spring 2021 when Greece was in lockdown. That means that all the food service sector was closed, so there was not practically out-of-home consumption. There was, takeaway was available, but you could not dine out, you could not go on a trip or something. So these numbers might be a bit overrated due to the COVID influence and the lockdown influence. Now, here is the breakdown per food category that we looked in the diaries. We can see the huge amount of fruits and vegetables. That is in avoidable food waste. So we see that even in avoidable food waste, there is a lot of wastage on fruit and vegetables. That is because of the easily perishable nature of this food. And also here, a part that contributes possibly to larger values, especially compared to countries in the European North, is that fruits and vegetables are relatively low cost in Greece compared to the European North. You have outside markets. You have many people having products from home, from their own backyard and things, and that contributes possibly to a higher wastage. On the unavoidable sector, most of it is plant-derived again, and much less animal-derived, pills and pits and things. Overall, an overview of the values we found. I mean, the key point is that a large part is unavoidable, not saying that the avoidable part is negligible. I mean, there is a huge potential on the avoidable part. Here, I have to note that this value for the avoidable includes the unavoidable parts of the food. That is, when we have an orange, it includes also the orange peel of what has been thrown away as a full orange. So the actual numbers are a bit lower than that. That they are around 40 kilograms per person. And it's mainly plant-derived, and the cultural habits of how you purchase and produce food play a big role, but there is a huge potential of increasing awareness and also increasing skills of cooking, of purchasing and cooking food. These are skills that, especially in Greece, were quite vivid in, let's say, the generation of my parents, and are gradually lost through my generation to the generation of our kids. So these are traditional skills that are based on the Mediterranean diet and Mediterranean food preparation and culture, which was a culture of scarcity and sparsity. And I think, especially in the European South, one of the challenges but also opportunities of all campaigns is to build on this Mediterranean food culture and tradition and try to keep it alive through the changing conditions so that we keep the environmental benefits of a diet that was not meant to preserve the environment, but was established and developed in order to be able to survive in a difficult environment. So we have to keep the benefits of it and build on this. And of course, the big also conclusion is that, of course, family size plays a big role. So there is always an underestimation, as it is self-reported diaries, and an overestimation because of the COVID. And we would like to thank, as we said, the Life IP program, because it has made possible the continuation of the taking conclusions out of the results, and these have been delivered as the baseline of the country for household food waste, but also the basis of this, the first part of this research has been funded by this holistic project of Alpha Vita Vasilopoulos, the supermarket chain, that wanted to see what is their food waste across their entire food supply section, not only in their shops, which is the work that Evangelia presented before, but also afterwards in households, and before in producers. That was a huge task, and with producers is very difficult. And after our work, which provided their baseline, they set their targets for reduction, and in cooperation with WWF, they have set tasks to meet the Sustainable Development Goal 12.3 for their chain. Well, thank you very, very much for your attention.
All right, thank you very much, Katya. Any questions? Mr. Professor, you have a crowd. We need the microphone.
Well, I'm still learning marketing a bit.
Sila, and there are two other people here afterwards. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Katya, for a very nice, interesting presentation. My question is, have you done any correlation for the waste, the amount of waste, and the income or the educational level of the householders?
We're in course of trying to do that. We haven't completed it, but it is in the evaluation of results we are doing. We're trying to do the correlation with income. We're trying to do That would be very difficult to do due to the way of waste management and collection in Greece, because we don't have bins per household. We have collective bins in the neighborhood. So that was a different, a totally different design that we could not carry on. And there are compositional studies in Greece, not very detailed for the moment. This number, which results in about 1 million tons of waste in Greece, does not combine very well with what comes out of the compositional studies, for which bio-waste appear to be more. From bio-waste, we know that we estimate that bio-waste, that food waste, is about 37%.
How much? 37.
Yeah, that is the. I think that is the official number of the plan. Is that so? Do I remember well, Sophie? I think it's 37% the food waste, isn't it?
Okay, and what happens to those 95 kilogram? I mean, how much valorization and?
Well, for the moment, the official numbers of the country are about 5.7% goes to composting, and the rest is still landfilled.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. That were very interesting results. And compared to Germany, the results are quite similar, I guess. For example, we had in Germany, we have a survey study that also estimates the avoidable part to 44%, which is more or less identical. But what we figured out in Germany, we had a survey study which asked households to report their food waste quantities and composition. And we had physical waste compositional analysis as well. And compared, these two studies compared to each other, the survey study showed an underreporting of about 1/3.
1/3, yeah.
Did you observe similar patterns in Greece?
Well, we did not do a simultaneous study of food waste measuring and analysis. That is something we are discussing with the Ministry of Environment how we could do, because it's a different scale of work. As far as I'm aware, the Ministry of Environment wants to have a detailed survey. It will have, I mean, there will be a big challenge, as I said, because waste is collected in Greece in a bin in the neighborhood. So you don't know which households use this bin. Because they might not always use the same bin. So you cannot, it's very difficult to correlate, to assign the collected waste to a number of households and people using it. So it has to be a special plan, but then if it's a special plan, it's a pilot that will collect waste in a different way during a specific period of time so that you could correlate it. And then again, obviously that would not be a study, an unbiased study. But yeah, I think that is the big interest, the big question, how underrated diary studies are. I mean, we all know they are underrated, but is it 30%? I mean, we don't know what is the case in Greece. And there are challenges in design. I mean, that is my aspiration, if we could find funding and cooperation with a good municipality and with the Ministry of Environment and Green Fund, to run a specific study that will do this combination. Yeah, that's an excellent question. I would love to have the answer.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Katya, thank you very much for this. Thank you. And I would like to call Nina Meziranda. Am I correct on this? Ah, excellent. I'm improving my English or my other languages.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Niina Mesiranta, and I come from Tampere University in Finland. And I'm here to present some insights we have gathered about how to conduct waste audits in households. This presentation is co-authored by some of my colleagues from Tampere University, Ulla-Maja Sutinen, and also colleagues from Boku University in Vienna and from Harokopio University. When we talk about waste audits or how to quantify and measure household food waste, as Katja already mentioned, this is very tricky. So it can be done using various methods, such as questionnaires or diary studies, but also using waste audits or waste composition analysis. And as already mentioned in the previous presentation, self-reporting usually, by self-reporting questionnaires and diary studies, when using these self-reporting methods, this usually ends up in underreporting of food waste amounts. Using waste audits, where researchers weigh and analyze the composition of household food waste over a certain period of time, is deemed to be the most accurate method, even though, of course, it's very resource intensive. So if we're talking about hundreds of households or even thousands of households, it might not be a feasible option. When we talk about waste audit as a method, we have to answer some questions or make decisions about the process of conducting household waste audits. First of all, what types of organic waste or food waste will be collected? Should we concentrate on only avoidable food waste, or should we include all food waste? Another question relates to solid food waste versus also liquid food waste. So how do we collect these if we have them both? So if we decide to collect also liquid waste, how do we collect it? Then one major question is how it will be collected. So whether we use some directly from municipal waste stream, or whether you ask the households to collect the waste separately for the research. Also, one question is, of course, will the households be notified of the collection period or not? If they will be notified of the collection period, that next week you will be now collecting the waste, or your waste will be collected by researchers from the municipal waste stream, of course that might create some social desirability bias into the research. And finally, of course, the question as to how then the researchers should categorize the waste. Today I will be talking about a case we have done for the project called Low in Food. It's a project funded by Horizon 2020 program. And in this project we are looking into different innovations related to food waste reduction. And as part of this Low in Food project, we have conducted in one task a study that examines the use of one household food management app called Kotso, and how it affects for example, how it affects the amounts of households' food waste amounts. And in this study, we asked households to collect their avoidable food waste for the period of 1 week, and we have done this twice. So they had to collect it before using the application and after 5 weeks of using the application. The households have been notified before, so they will be notified of the period they will have to collect the waste. You can see here the container used in Finland for collecting the waste. We have quite similar ones in Austria and Greece as well. We have, as I said, we have used our own containers, and we have given 2 containers, so separate containers for the liquid waste and separate container for the solid waste. And of course, we have given some instructions how to collect the waste, which waste to collect. So we have given instructions, for example, that please do not collect coffee grounds, because that's unavoidable food waste, or banana peels. And as I said, this is quite resource intensive. This is still a work in progress, so I won't be presenting you with any results yet. We are talking about tens of households, not hundreds or thousands. So we are aiming to recruit from at least 50 to 80 households in these 3 countries together. So now we are about halfway through. So we are talking about a couple of dozens of households at the moment. So for those households, the researchers then picked up the waste. We used single pickup for Austria and Greece, so the researchers picked up the waste once a week for Finland and Austria, and then for Greece we used multiple pickups, so it was picked up, I believe, every 2 days, 2 or 3 days in Greece. And for waste weighing and categorization, we developed a joint Excel sheet that helped us researchers to record the results. So there you can see some of the sections in very, very small font, but anyway, you can see that we had these instructions for researchers as how to conduct the analysis, also different categories, what to put in each waste fraction or each category, and also recording the results. Part of the process was also that the researchers took pictures of the waste containers, and here you can see a selection of some of the pictures. You can see that some of the households were very nicely organized and put some of the leftovers in plastic bags, which was quite easy for us then to analyze these foods, whereas some households had put everything together without any plastic bags. So perhaps in the future we could instruct them to if possible, to separate the, let's say, plate waste or leftovers into separate bags. So it would be easier for us to analyze. Also, we gave them the instruction that please, if you have original packaging of the food left, please use that for putting it into the containers. So you can see here some examples where there's some original packaging still in the waste container. And at some point there were very big chunks of food that we couldn't even identify what it was, whether it was fruit or whether it was meat or whether it was something else. So that created some difficulties as well. So this sort of summarizes our experiences so far with conducting the analysis. So some things have been easy. So cooperating with the households on this collecting waste has been very, very easy. And sorting single pieces or packed food has been quite easy. And as we proceeded with the analysis, it took less and less time each round. So it became easier and easier as we gained experience in doing the waste audits. But what has been difficult, sorting and categorizing leftovers, as I said, if it was not very nicely put in the waste container. Also identifying plate waste, especially if the household had combined the plate waste into one and put it just directly in the waste bin. Sometimes some liquid was mixed with solid waste, so the household didn't understand what we mean by liquid waste, so they might have put yogurt into the same container with bread, so the bread actually sucked up all the yogurt, and then even though we meant that liquid waste would be collected separately. And also some trouble of motivating households to collect liquid waste. They said that we don't have any liquid waste, even though we know that at least in Finland quite many households throw away a lot of coffee. I believe also increased coffee is one of the most wasted items of the liquid waste. What feelings did we have? Well, of course, there are quite weird things also in the waste containers, though we would have liked to ask, why did you end up losing this? So we lost the connection to the household there. We felt disgusted at first, also appalled by some high amounts of food waste that we discovered, but also surprised by the low amount of food waste by some households. And delighted to see some change in food waste by some households during our journey, so from the big amounts of waste to lower amounts of waste. Also, we felt very nauseous at some points when we analyzed the waste, and also felt there were some very strong and unpleasant odors, and even some suspected to have some mold detoxification symptoms after conducting the analysis. So some conclusions. So of course it's important to give clear instructions not only for the households but also to the researchers, so it will be conducted in a standardized manner. Then regarding the categorization, of course, before doing any categorization, we need to identify what are the larger objectives of this whole thing, what are we aiming for, and that affects also the level of categorization. One central question to ask is, how will the data from this waste audit be further used? Will it be used for environmental analysis? Will it be used for some other purpose, for example? And then one very major issue is this researcher safety and protection. So please keep in mind that the researchers have a proper safety equipment with them, and also some of us had created some innovative ways to deal with strong odors. For example, they gave a drop of essential oil, mint oil, to the mask when they did the analysis if there were very strong odors. And of course, storing the containers in as low a temperature as possible, having good ventilation when the waste audit is done. If you can do it, please do it outside, and of course, arrange the pickup according to the weather of the country. In our case, the Greece was a bit different from Austria and Finland. Okay, thanks for your attention.
Nina, thanks for your presentation. Really interesting results, and we all look forward to this. Any questions from the audience? Yes. Yeah, the microphone is coming. Konstantinos. Michael. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really great. I just had one question. If you could elaborate a little bit on the food management app that you used there.
Yes. The household food management apps is meant for example, tracking expiry dates of the household items that they have in their stocks, but also you can create shopping lists in the app, and also you can find out some recipes. Actually, the app can introduce some recipes based on the items that you have on stock and things like that. So it's quite an encompassing. So there are quite many features in the app. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more? I mean, obviously I participate that, so it's an open discussion between us. How sure can we be that people do put all their food waste in the bin we have provided? I mean, it is this question of underestimation again, of course, much better than writing down diaries, but how do we know that they didn't actually throw something else in the rest waste?
Well, in our case, I believe one of the things that was, I actually forgot to mention that when we picked up the waste, we also had an interview, at least for the second round, when we visited the household also, and usually when we go there, then they sort of were voluntarily telling us things about the waste that they produced, that whether this was a usual week or not, and whether they were expecting to find that much waste, especially when they had it first time. So some of the households told us that I wouldn't expect it to be this much waste. So we actually, at least this is only for Finland, at least our impression was that they really did. I think the problem with some households was that the household manager, in a sense, that usually the women in the household, they had to instruct the kids that please do not throw the food like usual from your plate to the organic waste bin or whatever they usually use, but instead use this white containers. So there had to be some person responsible for organizing this in the family so that the kids don't forget to put all the things. I would say that all the adults, perhaps, except for perhaps some of the liquids, as I said about the coffee and things, you just usually pour them in the sewer and forget about it, and then you just remember that I should have put it perhaps in the container. Yes.
Thank you so much. I think not. I don't know if there are any other questions or things to the speakers. Otherwise, nothing keeps us from our lunch. And I would like to thank you very much, and let's give a big applause to all our speakers. And see you again after lunch.
Don't know where you're going. Don't know where to even start. I'm putting my foot down. You can stay on the ground. You don't need anybody to want you to turn your life around. See these broken wings didn't stop me from flying. See these broken wings didn't stop me from flying. I saw with the wind. These broken wings didn't stop me from flying. See these broken wings didn't stop me from flying. I saw with the wind. Always in doubt when I sing about this hurt. It feels a little close to home, I know, but I'll sing it anyhow. Life is too short to sit around and think about what you never found. The soul will end. Somebody loses a friend. Living life the way you taught me, still I feel so lost and lonely. No regrets. I try so hard, but I can't forget. Why did I listen to empty voices? People thought they knew my life, my choices. You will be forever the biggest part of me. They took it all away from us, yeah, they took it all away. They took it all away from us, yeah, they took it all away. 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 for mending what we had, because it's broken glass. I feel you sometimes breathing on me, touch my skin, I'm dreaming only painful nights. How I long to have you by my side, living life the way you taught me. Still I feel so lost and lonely, no regrets. I try so hard but I can't forget. Why did I listen to empty voices? People thought they knew my life, my choices. You will be forever the biggest part of me. They took it all away from us, yeah, they took it all away. They took it all away from us, yeah, they took it all away. They took it all away. Took it all away. Took it all away. Took it all They took it all away from us, yeah, they took it all away. They took it all away from us, yeah, they took it all away. Then you disappeared for weeks. The power. How many times could I pack? But stand still is all I dare. Love like ours is never faced. Still I stuck around. I did search you every time. I was a fool for love. I was a fool for love. I was a If you're worried that I'm out of shape, left behind all of my foolish ways, you best be looking for somebody else without a foolish heart, a foolish heart. Stand still is all we dare. Love like ours is never faced. I stopped living on my own, heart made of stone. Won't pick up the phone, no visitors at home. I like to be alone. All I've ever known, by myself I roam.
Are we ready? Okay. Good evening, everybody. We are here after the lunch, which is a difficult time now for the second session. And I hope everybody is inside. The first speaking will be presented by Panagiotis Chazakis, I think. Professor Magnos has a point there. It's very small. And he's coming from the DISA, I think, and will present us from linear to circular integrated solid waste management system, the case of Karanastasis Prefecture. And I will present you, here is my colleague, PhD, postdoctoral researcher too, Dr. Angeliki Maragaki. Thank you.
Welcome from me. I hope we have a good session. A small difficult after the lunch. The floor is yours.
Hello. I hope that you enjoyed your meal. I will try not to provide a lot of information. I just will try to show you and present the history of waste management in the city, in the region of Hania. Since I was a kid, I had memories for many of my fellow citizens saying that Kouroupitos, a beautiful gorge or canyon, if you would like to say, of Hania was given us to throw our wastes, solid wastes. And from the 60s and later until the end of the 90s, all solid waste of the city of Hania and the surrounding areas were discarded in this gorge. They were put on fire, and then they were left there. Unfortunately, Hania and the European Court fined the city of Hania for about 20,000 euros per day for the Kouroupitos use, and Hania was negatively famous for this environmental pollution. Fortunately, the municipality managed to take this issue into its advantage. And since then, a race to change this picture started by the creation of the DISA. Sorry. I think this is the old presentation. Okay. There is a problem with the presentation, so I'm sorry for the time. So, since then, the DISA, the Intermunicipal Solid Waste Management Company, was created to treat the waste of Hania. From 2000, where Kouroupitos closed, until the 2004, waste were baled and put in a small landfill in the Mosomouri area as a temporary solution. At the same time, the Kouroupitos gorge was remediated, where all the materials that had remained were scraped down from the walls and collected to a small landfill in the center of the gorge, while infrastructures for the water that comes from the gorge not to come in contact with the materials was made. And from 2005, the waste facility, the mechanical recycling and composting facility of Chania, and a landfill was created in the nearby area. The facility was designed initially to manage the waste of the city of Chania. Until now, it had managed to collect all the solid waste of the region of Chania, the 7 municipalities, and the recyclables of Rethymno. The system that it is followed is 4 main waste streams are arriving at the facility. The first is the blue container that has the paper, plastic, aluminum, and metals. The second is the yellow bin for packaging glass collection. The second is the mixed waste, and there are also some smaller streams that, like the red bin for textiles, or the bulky waste and electric equipment, and the door-to-door collection systems that also are collected and sent to the facility. This facility at 2015 had a major update. Since then, it was working mechanically separating the waste, and then optical separation units and density separators were introduced among the other sorting systems, managing to provide a more clean and faster and more pure materials. Concerning the organic fragment, the facility has the ability to collect the organic fragment from the mixed waste, and this is happening in several configurations. Until last year, the facility managed to treat about 110,000 tons annually of waste, with 75 of them were mixed waste, 12 recyclables from the 2 regions of Chania and Rethymno, and the rest was the other systems. The facility works in 2 configurations. The first configuration is the recyclables configuration, where the blue container enters the facility. It is mechanically separated to plastics, paper, and metals. We managed to collect 3 kinds of plastic: PET, PE, and hard plastic. 2 kinds of paper, which is cardboard, printed paper, and also Tetra Pak, ferrous materials, and aluminums. The second, this is a diagram, a very detailed diagram of the facility. We have 9 optical separation units with darker and also some density separators. And we have managed to upgrade the working conditions also and change the personnel positions from hand pickers to quality control checks. The first line recycling works in this way, as we can see, while the next configuration, which is the composting, which is the mixed waste configuration, has the ability to collect the organic fragment of solid waste that, mixed with chopped waste, enters the composting unit and produces compost that we have managed to sell and pack and sell. Also, the bulky materials that are collected from the municipalities also arrive at the facility. Among the bulk materials, we have the green waste that are separated, cleaned, chopped, and then sent for sent for treatment. And then the compost that we produce, it is packed and sent for commercial use. Also nearby there is a landfill that it is dedicated to receive all the residues from the waste facility. A lot of compost that it is produced, the lower quality compost is used for cover material, and also a new waste leachate treatment facility is nearby. Concerning the next day, the DESA is planning to focus on bio-waste collection, and also we are planning to insert more automatic equipment and machinery in order to produce more pure materials. Our goal is to focus and educate the citizens for better collection of our produced, for better collection of the produced wastes, and to increase the production of the productions from the brown container that we are also treating and producing compost, high quality compost from the last 5 years. Thank you, and I'm sorry for the problems with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kazirakis. Yes. It's a very interesting presentation because someone who don't know, Kouroupitos was a big problem for Crete, for Chania Prefecture. And now we are in a very good level, and I think there is an extra upgrade to the unit with this framework, I think.
Yes.
You will upgrade more and have better products, final products. So, any questions?
Okay, one question from me here.
Yes. Oh.
Here.
Sorry.
Okay. You mentioned that annually you have 75,000 tons of municipal solid waste.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know exactly which is the percentage of the bio-waste that you go to mechanical composting, and finally the tons of the produced compost at, per year?
The percentage is about, depends on the period, but an average is about 45 to 55% of the solid waste is biodegradable, not food waste, it's biodegradable.
And you go to the mechanical compost
the compost,
process?
We have a great amount of this material is decomposed in the composting tank, the composting aerobic tank, but also because we have the ability and we have the space, the maturation state that it also has a composting phase because composting continues to occur, manages to reduce this amount to, I have not the exact number.
The volume? Oh, okay.
Volume, but less than the two-thirds.
Two-thirds, okay.
One thing that I want to mention is always I'm referring to the organic fragment of the solid waste that it is mechanically collected from solid waste, is that you do not only compost organic materials, you also decompose a great portion of paper. So if you try to compare separate collection with bio-waste collection, you must, or mechanical collection, you must always take in concern that a great portion of paper, like toilet paper, tissues, and all this, and some printed paper are also composted and decomposed and are reduced in this composting process. But the material that we can collect, we have managed to collect, has very high qualities. The heavy metal concentrations are very low due to the dilutions that occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
I have a little question too. Concerning the brown, we have only organic waste. I think you collect from some pilot program.
Yes.
You go to the same compost or a better quality?
No, the brown container is at this point is at pilot scale. We have about 47 collection points that are big producers like supermarkets, caterings, and military facilities. Military caterings, not that are collected. We managed to collect about 2 to 3 tons of organic waste every day. Mondays is high, the quantity is higher due to the weekend. And we are composting it. We are experimenting. We have managed to produce high quality compost in separate batches. And we're getting ready because in the next years, the municipalities will start to collect in more public places. So we have managed to work with this material at the last 5 years. We believe that its quality, its physical characteristic will change. Fortunately, now it has 90 to 97% of humidity because it's a lot of water and it is mixed, and it is mostly fruits and vegetables. But when it will start to collect from the municipalities, more dry materials will be inserted, we believe, in the brown container. The collection of the brown container is very difficult due to that it must be always cleaned. It must be the product must be, the collected material must be very clean without bugs due to the concentrations of the dry material. In the 1 ton of collected material, only 100 kilos is dry material. So if you put one bag, a plastic bag, it will stay there, and we will have to separate it. And the collection is very tricky, and we will start in the next months with 2 extra pilot collections, with providing us the collection bags and without providing. We are trying to find the better solution.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Okay, let's move on. Now we are going to call Dr. Margot Copperman-Algost, sorry for the mistake. And she's going to talk us and focus on chicken meat production.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Margot Koreman Algoed. I am a PhD researcher at Ghent University in Belgium. And so today we will discuss consumer behavior and food product determinants related to household food waste. And we will specifically focus on chicken meat products. Also, this research is in collaboration with a Belgian retailer called Colruyt Group. Okay, so how can we reduce food waste? So there has been some research performed on what the relationship is between consumer behavior and actually how much households waste. But often this research focuses on different food groups. So fruits, for example, vegetables, meat products. And we want to extend that knowledge and also look at the specific food product that is packed in different ways. As you know, in the supermarket, we can find products that is packed in various ways. Also, next to those consumer behavior determinants, such as socio-demographic characteristics, we also want to focus on aspects related to this packed product, so related to the food product and the packaging material, which we will call packed food product determinants. Then, of course, we needed to find a case study. Well, in collaboration with this retailer, we wanted to focus on chicken meat products. First of all, because it has a rather high environmental footprint, which means if there are some losses, it also has some footprint. And because of the perishable nature, consumers might be challenged if the food product is still safe to eat after a while. So the aim of this study is, first of all, we will have a better understanding of household actions. Secondly, we will define household food wasting segments. And thirdly, we will analyze determinants regarding these segments, so the previous defined segments. Okay, so what are the food products? So we will focus on 5 food products, 5 chicken products. So the first 4 are chicken breast products. The latter one is a whole chicken product. And here you can find an overview of some of the product characteristics that we will analyze later on. So first we look at the agricultural system, so if it's produced organically or conventionally. So all the chicken breast products are conventionally produced. Then the whole chicken product is an organic one. Then also the food convenience grade. So we see that for diced chicken breast, 0.5 kilogram, and chicken escalope, they have the highest food convenience grade, which is ready to cook. Then the 2 chicken breast products have a medium level, which is called kitchen-ready product. And then the last product is called like a non-convenience food, as you still need to prepare it yourself. And then related to the packaging size, so when it's lower than 0.5 kilogram, it's considered small. When it's lower than 1 kilogram, it's considered medium. And when it's higher, it's large. And then for the shelf life, some products are packed in a packaging that contains a modified atmosphere. And therefore, the shelf life is longer. And that's the case for diced chicken breast 1 kilogram, and chicken escalope. For the other 2 products, it's not the case. Okay, so how did we get some intel on the consumer behavior, what consumers do at home? We did a consumer survey at this retailer. So we talked to customers, asked them about their behavior, and more specifically, what did we ask them? So first of all, the first part, we focused or we asked them like, which of these products do you frequently buy? Then we asked them about which actions they take when they arrive home. Then we asked them about their self-reported food waste regarding this food product. And in the last part, we got some intel in the influence of consumer determinants on food waste. Then afterwards, we analyzed this data. We excluded some respondents, for instance, due to inconsistencies in their answers, and then we performed a statistical analysis. Okay, so what are our results? So first of all, this figure gives an overview of what people do when they arrive at home until they completely consume or partially throw away the food products. So what can you see? So actually, the participants indicated that only waste was generated after preparation of food. So you can see that here there is a part thrown away or given to their pets, and also after the second preparation. So we found actually that after the first preparation, here about 8% of the respondents said that the share was thrown away, while about 78% consumed the food products entirely. And then after the second preparation, only 0.3%, so from the leftovers, was thrown away or fed to people's pets, and about 13% of the households said they consumed the product entirely. Okay, then what's next? So then actually we want to classify our household in different segments in order to see if there is a relationship between some of these product determinants. So how did we do that? So first of all, so in this figure you can see the number of participants per household waster segment. And so first we actually defined a group of segments, people who indicated to never throw away any chicken meat, which was the largest one, about 36%. And then the remaining respondents, they were divided in 3 equal groups, because we want to have sufficient respondents per group for the statistical analysis afterwards, and also some threshold values that make sense. So let's have a look just at all the segments. So the first one indicated to never waste, so which are called household waste segment 0%. The next one between 0 and 1%, then one between 1 and 3%, and the last one more than 3%. Well, actually you might wonder, like, these participants mentioned that they do not waste a lot, because on average we found that so all households wasted between around 2.2% of this chicken product they bought. While this seemed like an underestimation, because if we look at numbers from the FAO, it says for meat products that are consumed across Europe and Russia, that the number is about 11%, so 5 times more. So as we discussed in the previous session, there might be some underestimation here. Well, if we now look a step further, so we want to relate these household waster segments with some of the determinants related to the food product. So what did we find here? So here we see, like, for the analyzed food product determinants, you can see what the share is of household waster segments. And if we just take an overall look, we actually found that households who indicated to waste less chicken meat, they buy more often organic food products, products with a lower food convenience grade, and ones with a shorter shelf life. So first of all, regarding these organic products, it's kind of intuitive that consumers who buy those products have like the philosophy of reducing less producing less waste, and also because these products are often more expensive. Then regarding products with a lower food convenience grade, so actually if you have a product with a high food convenience grade, for instance like diced chicken breast, it might be more challenging for consumers if they want to use this product in another dish. So it's less versatile to use it for another dish, so that might make it a bit more challenging for consumers to reuse it, and might be one of the reasons why more of this type of food is thrown away. And then the last one, which is kind of counterintuitive, like products with a shorter shelf life lead to less food wastages. Although, like in literature, we didn't really find a connection or if there is a real association. While it's often seen like when food products have a long shelf life, that it might have like the opportunity to reduce food wastages. And regarding the packaging size, we couldn't make a similar conclusion, only that there was a significant difference between the 4 household waster segments. So in conclusion, so from the households we asked questions to, about 36% indicated to never waste any chicken meat. Secondly, 8.4% of the households reported to waste a share of their chicken meat. Then we found that about 2.2% of the households waste on average, while the numbers of FAO are 5 times higher. And then less waste was generated for people purchasing organic, low convenience grade, and shorter shelf life products. Then these research results show some opportunities for further research. So for instance, these effects could be included in environmental studies. Also, it might be interesting to look at other packed food products, vegetable, cheese, and so on. And also, more importantly, as raised before, we need to know how to actually consider this underreporting of self-reported food waste. And we might need to use other measures, such as one of our colleagues showed before the break. If you want to know more, you can consult our paper. And thank you for your attention, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much. We like chicken, as we can see from your results. Any questions? No. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
We proceed with the next presentation from Ms. Irini Christoforidi from the Hellenic Mediterranean University, who will tell us about the pilot training in Cretan diet and food waste.
Good afternoon. My name is Irini Christoforidi, and I am PhD candidate here in HMU. More than half of the global population already lives in cities. In modern societies, various socioeconomic factors cause dietary transition to unhealthy diet patterns which promote significant health problems. Global ecological pressure on food production is a threat to environmental sustainability, which has intensified in recent years. Waste disposal problems are exacerbated by the increasing population density, demands of urban environments, and limited capacity of ecological management in food waste. Cretan diet is at the core of the Mediterranean diet and is a dietary pattern that promotes human health, protects against serious diseases, and, according to many scientific studies, also cures. It's a plant-based dietary pattern having a lower environmental impact, which can promote reduction of food loss and waste by promoting the reuse of surplus food resources as potential ingredients for complementary meals or new gustatory suggestions. Present study is a part of the program network of the support and protection of the Cretan diet, designed by Ploigos Educational Company, which cooperates with the local authorities by transferring know-how in matters of local development and training, and it was founded by the region of Crete. The aim of the program was the children's introduction of the Cretan diet, and it was implemented by a pilot training project with three main pillars: traditional Cretan food as a healthy diet, environmental protection, limiting food waste. The project consisted of 4 phases: teacher and parental training regarding the value of the Cretan diet, environment protection and food waste for 2 hours, implementation of 16 lesson plans with duration of about 3 hours per week within the classroom, and implementation of proposed excursions. The project was executed by 15 teachers and 187 students on first grade of primary school in 4 different school units, which were located in 4 different prefectures of the island, in suburban, rural, and also urban environments, in Chania, Adele, Ghazi, and Sitia. Here we can see some activities of the project, and you are able to see some children preparing and tasting some typical Cretan plates. To evaluate the pilot project, we designed and administered to teachers a questionnaire with open-ended questions, and also another questionnaire designed and administered to parents and guardians, included close-ended with Likert scale and open-ended questions. The questions aimed to assess changes in nutritional and environmental behavior of the students, the consumption of Cretan diet, and the rational management of food waste in the family. Unfortunately, in the school year 2021-2022, there were several problems with students' illnesses and closure of school, lockdowns, school units, and classes due to the pandemic of COVID-19. That is why the questionnaire was distributed only to parents and guardians of the students who successfully attended all 16 lesson plans. A total 60 questionnaires were collected and evaluated with Excel. And according to the statements of parents and guardians, it was about students increased by 28% their consumption of fruits and vegetables. By 30%, the consumption of new, healthier meals. By 34%, the demand for healthier snack, especially in school, and increased by 44% their enthusiasm for Cretan activities and diet activities also. So we can see a positive change in the nutritional behavior of the students, which was also mentioned by teachers. According to the statements of parents and guardians, students did not increase their interest in organic crops, probably because they are too young in the first grade, they're too young, and maybe they cannot find the difference between conventional and organic farming, but we try to ask this one also. Instead, they increased about 42% their interest to observe plants and nature, by 46% their intention to plant and cultivate edible plants, and by 44% increased their interest about environmental protection. So here we have also one positive change in the environmental behavior of the students, which was also mentioned by teachers. Hopefully my presentation is after lunch, and I hope no one is hungry, because these are some very delicious typical Cretan plates made from reused surplus food resources. As we can see, fakorizo, made from lentil, rice, and some other vegetables, fasoulouzo, kreatotourtas, sfougato, revithokeftedes, funny names for Greeks, but very delicious. Students had the chance to taste some of these gustatory suggestions made from reused surplus food resources in classroom, which increased students' interest in food economy and reduction of food waste, as mentioned by teachers. 35% of parents stated that they didn't know about food waste recycling, and 97% of them stated that they wanted to be informed and participate in a relevant program. Because of these, the gastronomic suggestions that children tasted, we had also a chance, and it was presented an advantage. For example, let's see about legumes, which are a very important food with a variety of health benefits. 92% of parents and guardians stated that they rarely consumed legumes, which was increased at 58% by using traditional Cretan recipes like fakorizo or revithokeftedes from leftovers. And let me use the word problem, because also it was presented a problem, because it may be an important health problem for us. 90% of parents and guardians stated that they know the importance of Cretan diet, which is considered globally as a nutritional standard promoting human health and well-being. And they stated that they follow this dietary pattern. Unfortunately, according to our research, only 10% of them consume traditional Cretan meals once or twice per week. There is a lot to be done on this. The pilot training project in Cretan diet seems to be accepted well by all stakeholders, teachers, students, parents, guardians. The educational material produced in this pilot project can promote nutritional and environmental behavior of children, and in addition, increasing the interest of students in implementation of Cretan nutritional patterns promotes elimination of food waste, with a significant environmental impact, protecting also the family budget. The educational material produced in this project could become a tool for further methodological research and receive national accreditation in the field of nutrition and environmental education. Cretan diet, except of healthy, affordable, and environmentally sustainable diet model can also combine the cultural heritage with significant utilization in the future. Additionally, it could help lessen the pedagogical gap in the Greek school system regarding the approach to healthy and diet patterns. Cretan diet may come from the future, but also it could be may come from the past, but also it could be our future, a healthier future maybe for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stavoridi. Any questions?
Irene, one question from me. Do you have any data if COVID help to reuse more our leftover?
No, we don't.
No,
Unfortunately,
we don't.
not.
Because
but we should.
Because we was inside the house, and I think that.
Actually, we didn't plan some questions like this, so we don't have this data.
Okay, thank you.
One question from me too. I was impressed about the percentage you stated, 35% from the parents and guardians that didn't know for the food waste recycling programs, because I think it's very low. The other 65, you think know about some recycling programs for food waste, because municipalities don't have, haven't started yet, only pilot projects to some neighborhoods with the brown container we said before. And I think the other 65 is very, very well.
Yes, and this is probably because many of the parents and guardians lived in rural areas. So they used these leftovers for animals. And maybe that is why they answered like this. That is what we thought about.
It was home recycling from the... Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. So you said that the Cretan diet is plant-based, and I was wondering if there might also be a trade-off between using a lot of fruit and vegetables, which are also easily perishable, and if then the amount of food waste may even rise. What was your impression from the pilot study?
I'm not sure I get your question well, but actually, Cretan diet comes from the past. So people in the past used to eat more vegetables. They didn't have the opportunity to consume so much meat like we do now. So the next step of your question was?
Yeah, the question was if they are eating more fruit and vegetables and they are very perishable, so if they might be storing lots of fruits and vegetables, the level of food waste may also rise, maybe, because it's... Yeah.
Probably yes, probably. And also, here Crete is an island, and most of the people here have also some cultivations or some domesticated animals. So a lot of food waste, especially in villages, goes to these animals. And maybe it's an opportunity to see also Cretan diet as a potential diet for compost, because we have a lot of we consume a lot of plants and also fruits and vegetables.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. We move on again with Mrs. Christoforidi. Okay. The floor is yours.
Okay. Mrs. Filipaki couldn't be here today with us, so I will continue with her presentation. Sustainability is not just a concept. It is a whole philosophy which responds to core social and political issues of the current world. Teachers have as main role to educate their students towards a more sustainable, just world. Diet culture could be a traditional diet model in a specific place and could also considered as a local cultural heritage with sustainability connection. Because sustainability means respect towards the natural environment as well as towards human environment. Two of the main goals of sustainability are the saving of energy and resources, the connection with the local environment. The goals could be achieved of young people when they are educated in the rational food management on the value of place attachment. Both of these educational goals are met through the model of Cretan nutrition, which is based on the main principles of sustainability, reuse, recycle, retaste. Diet patterns can significantly differentiate the resource consumption and environmental impact of a given population. Diet changes such as increased consumption of vegetables and reduced consumption of animal products reduce the environmental footprint and the use of natural resources. Cretan diet as a plant diet pattern have lower environmental impact. Cretan diet also can affect positively not only human health but also the environment, increasing the sustainability of the agri-food system because traditional and modern practices related to the food cycle show harmonization with climatic condition and seasonality, linking food availability by season, reducing food loss and waste. We used several teaching objects and several teaching approaches, role play, theater play, creating, writing, and many others in our lesson plans. For evaluation, we have already discussed about this with questionnaires before and after our research intervention for teachers. Before our research intervention, the teachers had limited knowledge regarding the Cretan nutrition as a healthy and sustainable model for nutrition. They had never implemented educational projects regarding this topic before. After our research intervention, they changed their perceptions and attitudes regarding Cretan nutrition. They incorporated learning objectives in their lessons regarding the reuse and recycle of food, and they declared that they need much more training in this educational field and more available scientific sources. The teachers had positive feeling enjoying the teaching material and activities of the project. They appreciated the participatory learning activities and also the flexibility during the project to choose different activities. And the teachers felt satisfaction seeing their students changing their eating habits as a positive result of the project. The project objectives were met. The strong positive aspect of the project was its experiential context. We have also, as mentioned, some problems, some COVID limitation, but for children, for students, before the project, they were not familiar enough with the Cretan diet. They were not familiar with the food production process. During the project, they expressed positive attitudes towards the project. Also, the ability to recognize the benefits of the Cretan diet, and they changed their dietary choices. At the end of the project, they became familiar with the production process of the Cretan food, and they learned to recognize the nutritional benefits of the Cretan diet. Here you can see some images from our activities during the teaching in the classroom. And these are some of our materials for the teaching and for the lessons. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rena. Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we'll proceed with the next speaker. It's Professor Elina Nervenen. I pronounced, I don't know, from Tampere University of Finland, I think. From there, he will present us the potential of consumer mobile applications for food waste reduction, a systematic literature review.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elina Närvänen, and I come from Tampere University, Finland. And we are a member of the Low in Food project that my colleague Nina also talked about before lunch. And I'm going to present to you today this paper called The Potential of Consumer Mobile Applications for Food Waste Reduction, a Systematic Literature Review. And it has been co-authored with Nina Mesiranta and also colleagues from Harokopio University, so Christina Croni, Konstantino Sabeliotis and Katja Lazaridi. So the background and purpose for this paper. So we all know that we carry our smartphones everywhere we go. So could we find some solutions for reducing consumer food waste also from those? We know that digital technologies are being developed all the time, but how can they help us? Do they have any potential in reducing household food waste? As Nina explained in her presentation, we are focusing on one of these mobile applications called Kotso in the Low in Food project, but for the background, we decided that we want to do this systematic literature review to find out what kind of findings we have in academia about these mobile applications and their potential. The purpose of this presentation and the paper was to conduct this systematic literature review to gain insight on the potential of consumer mobile applications, CMAs for short, to reduce food waste at the consumer and retail level. Our research questions were: what types of CMAs have been studied before, and what is the purpose and functionality of these CMAs? A few remarks related to these is that, first of all, we are restricting ourselves only to the applications that have indeed been covered in the literature, the academic literature. So we know that there are much more applications out there in the market and even being developed all the time, but we have to focus on those that have appeared in the academic literature. And it's also a little bit a work in progress still, so there might be some things that we will find out once we go through the papers in more detail. How did we do this systematic literature review then? So we used the Scopus database and the following search terms to find out conference papers and articles regarding this topic. And initially we found 63 publications. All of them were published within the past 10 years or so, with most of them being published after 2020. So more than half of the papers were actually quite recently published. In the screening stage, we removed some of the publications because they were not very relevant for our study. They were actually focusing on some other aspects that were not related to our research questions, or also because we were not able to access the full text of the publication. We also added manually 7 papers that we identified as a result of the manual screening phase of the papers. So our final sample for the systematic literature review consisted of 44 publications. Here are some of our initial findings related to the systematic literature review. So from the image here, we can see that the typical app that has been studied is one that focuses on food surplus redistribution. So not actually something only related to consumer households, but perhaps related to how we can redistribute food from restaurants or retailers to consumers as well. Apps like Olio mentioned here. The next most frequent category was the household food management category, wherein our Kotso app that we have been testing in the Low in Food project falls. Other household-related applications was the third most frequent category, and then some of the applications were also focusing on quantifying consumer food waste or measuring and monitoring it. Many of the publications actually consisted of introducing a prototype for a new mobile app instead of investigating how the already existing ones work or whether they do work at all. Very few publications focused on the usability of the app. Many focused on the usability and less focused on actually the impact on food waste. The geographical areas covered were included North America, Europe, Asia, and Australia, so quite international coverage in terms of areas that were studied. The disciplinary background of the papers and articles was very much focusing on information systems, computer science, applied computer science. As I already mentioned, many of them were focusing on developing new prototypes, so that's a very characteristical of information systems science. Some had a disciplinary background in business and management or in environmental research and food waste studies. The research methods ranged from qualitative, such as interviews, to quantitative, like experiments and surveys. And there were also some mixed methods and conceptual studies in our data. More initial findings. This is a very important finding from this systematic literature review, that very few of the articles and papers we were able to find actually measured food waste. There were actually only 8 publications, which represents 18% of the whole data, and that included food waste measurement. And methods of measuring included food waste diaries and interviews of consumers. So none actually included the compositional analysis that we are actually now doing for the Kotso task. Some conclusions from this research. We think that we need more research that includes food waste quantification to be able to study the actual effects and impacts of these applications. Are they useful for reducing consumer food waste or not? More research is also needed that focuses on a longer time frame period from when consumers are adopting the applications to when they have been using them for a longer time, because we know from other kinds of research that it might be easy to adopt a new routine, a new application for a short period of time, but then when time goes by, it's the problem of keeping that new habit or routine. We need more research that focuses on different user groups. We know from food waste research that different types of households are different in terms of their food waste behaviors. For instance, single-person households, behavior differs very much from families. And if we think about the usage of this kind of applications, it would be relevant to study whether those households where everyone is using the application, for instance, differ from households where only the one member of the household is perhaps using the app. We noticed that there are dozens of prototypes being invented and presented in the literature, but there is actually a very little research on the impact of these apps. And we also think that while it's very important to focus on the usability of the application itself, like the user interface and things like that, we also think that how the application fits into people's everyday practices of shopping for food, keeping food at home, storing it, preparing it, and serving it to the family members, for instance. It's important that the application fits these everyday practices if we are to actually keep continuing the usage of the application. So, to cut the story short and to give the room for some comments and questions, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. As you can see, many apps have been founded, but the impact is, I think, the most problem that we need to research further. Any questions, please?
Maybe one comment to that is also that one thing is the impact of the app and how we can distinguish it from the impact of any other things that are happening while the households are using the application. So how do we distinguish what is the effect of the application itself compared to other influences? So, yeah.
For that, I wanted to make a question. All the consumers that were cooperating, were part of this app research, were volunteered, or it was a system connected with the supermarket with the loyalty cards? Do you know any information about this?
Some of the applications might have a connection, but based on the systematic literature review, I think there are very few of those that have been studied, at least. Yeah. But we know from academic research that the time frame from studying something and getting it published and so on is quite long compared to what is happening in the market, and mobile applications are being published all the time, so actually the practitioners might be ahead of the researchers in some way in this as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we are going to call Professor Kelly Belonia, our last presentation for today. Okay, Professor Belonia will present bed-scale bioplastic production for the A2U Food Project.
Okay, thank you, Gilki. Thanks to the organizers for the invitation. I'm happy to be here for the second time on the row, and I have to apologize for second year on the row. There is some chemistry in my lecture. So I'll try to keep it minimum and get the idea through, but you're going to have to see a little bit of the chemistry behind the bench, or actually lab scale production of the bioplastic PLLA from food waste. Now, we've heard it many times. It's never enough to hear that 1/3 of all food goes to food waste. And actually, 21% of what is on our landfills is food waste. So we do have to think of solutions. Food waste comes basically from 3 different industries: agriculture, food processing industries, and paper and pulp industry. And within the last couple of decades, a number of different approaches have been developed in order to take food waste and use green processing technologies to convert waste to important chemicals or fuels. These use a number of technologies, either flow technologies or solid-state technologies or chemical technologies and biological technologies to take biomass and through these technologies create sugars, maybe, mainly, that are the molecules that can lead to bioplatform molecules, molecules that can be used to create a number of very useful products. In our case, we're going to focus to lactic acid. So our project had as goal to produce lactic acid from food waste. And the reason is because lactic acid is a very useful chemical with a lot of applications, among which you can transform it to polylactic acid, PLLA. You see here the cycle, you don't see here, now you see the cycle of PLLA production. So you can see that mostly it's made from corn and molasses, and it makes a number of different products nowadays. Most of your 3D printers, a lot of fabrics, a lot of plastics, degradable plastics are made from PLLA. And then under certain conditions, Angeliki Maragaki is going to talk about this tomorrow, these can be combusted in order to produce energy within, let's say, less than 3 months and return it to the environment. Actually, PLLA is one of the most useful plastics nowadays. You can see in the next chart that the demand doubles or triples every year, and it's used in a number of different products, like, let's say, in the polymer industry, but also as a first source to make, let's say, the plastic covers we use in food industry, personal care, and other industries. So it's a very, very useful chemical, and it has been around for many decades, and mostly it was produced from petrochemicals. So that's one problem. You need petrochemicals to produce a biodegradable chemical. The biggest problem, though, is that the procedure to produce PLLA, lactic acid from petrochemicals, is quite dangerous. So it goes through a number of harsh chemical steps, producing toxic and carcinogenic and poisonous byproducts or products, and it is a little bit costly. Of course, we can also use other technologies to make PLLA, and here you can see the technologies that have been developed in the recent years, where rice, agricultural waste or agricultural products are used in order to make this kind of chemicals. This procedure is from renewable resources. It uses very mild chemical steps, and actually it uses nature as the inventor of the chemical reactions to produce lactic acid. So all reactions proceed under mild conditions, and most importantly, you produce lactic acid, which is very, very pure, and it comes in the form of one enantiomer, either the R or the L lactic acid, while when you produce it from petrochemicals, you get both qualities. Now, I think there was a little bit mix-up with my slides. What I wanted to show you here is that if you have optically pure lactic acid, then you get only one of these polymers that you see on the right. And the quality of the polymer that you get has to be defined for us to be able to define also the properties of the end material, of the end plastic. So as you can see on the tables on the left, depending on the molecular weight and depending on the stereotacticity of the lactic acid, we have different properties. For example, we have brittle or ductile polymers. The processing temperature can vary, and the applications can also vary. For the aims of the project I'm going to talk about, we aimed for plastic that can be used, can be processed to make films and to make durable materials. So we aimed for specific properties of PLLA. You're going to listen to a number of talks from this program, the A2U program. Our part had to do with the chemical synthesis of lactic acid and PLLA from food waste. And we started by defining our goals and also by finding a literature report that we wanted to reproduce for the aims of this project. It seems very, very easy on the paper. It took a couple of years to reproduce in the lab, and I'm very, very happy to say that it's now on a pilot unit, and it's been implemented there, and you're going to listen to a talk about that tomorrow also. So, as you can see on the left, you take food waste and you mince it and you ferment it and you do some chemistry on it, and at the end you get polylactic acid. Let's see how we did it. So the HMU provided us with a lot of food waste, fortunately minced, and we took it in the lab and we were able to make different samples of that and to mix it with different other compounds to see how that affects the quality of our our process. And then the HMU also defined a number of parameters on the samples they gave us. So they did the proximate and ultimate analysis of the food waste, and we did the analysis of the sugar content and the lactic acid prior to any of the reactions. Then we placed our hopes on chemistry and biochemistry, and we verified, we repeated on a lab scale, and that means, let's say, from 100 milliliters to 1 liter maximum, a number of different biological steps, fermentations, in order to produce lactic acid. So in the first step, we used a propionic bacterium to consume any lactic acid that might have existed in the food waste and produce sugars. We added glucoamylase in order to increase the sugar content, because sugars are the food for the lactobacillus, which is going to be used on the last step in order to take optically pure lactic acid. So you can see a little bit also of in the pictures of the fermentations, and then you get this broth, which doesn't look really, really good, but if you actually take it to the NMR, it contains lactic acid, and it contains measurable and good quantities of lactic acid. So in order to isolate this lactic acid, what we did was a simple chemical step. We transformed the lactic acid to an organic compound, an ester, and then we could easily isolate it, and then hydrolyzed back the ester. And I'm sure it doesn't say much to most of you, but we actually cried when we showed for the first time this NMR. It's really pure L-lactic acid coming from this mass of food waste that I showed you. we thought that since we are polymer chemists, that the next step was going to be easier, so we followed what literature says. We tried a ring opening polymerization reaction in order to create PLLA. Literature states that this gives high molecular weight polylactic acid, which is what we were aiming for. So we did the reaction and we tried to optimize it using varying different parameters, and each and every time we would get only low molecular weight polylactic acid. I don't know why this is happening. So you can see a molecular weight of 1,000, let's say. This is not appropriate to make any plastic films. So we decided to optimize this reaction, and what we did first azeotropic distillation of water, because our samples always contained water, and then we did a polycondensation reaction, and on the left you see the molecular weight of the lactic acid, of the polylactic acid, increasing with time. So it's very small in the beginning, and it goes really, really high after, let's say, 5 days of polymerization. You can see that the molecular weight is now 80,000 kilodaltons. We have produced also higher molecular weights of polylactic acid. And if you compare it to polylactic acid that you can buy in the market, like the one that was offered to us by Plastica Kritis, maybe it's here, then you see that it has comparable molecular weight properties. So we were able to create very high molecular weight polylactic acid, and Christy Balzaki, who is in the audience, also tried and verified the thermal properties of the polylactic acid. It doesn't like the chemistry, I think. But it's over. It's one slide more. Okay, so if you look here, you can see the thermal properties of 3 or 4 different samples of lactic acid that we produced in the lab. Take my word for it. They're very, very close to what we would expect for this quality of PLLA from literature.
I don't think it's personal, eh?
I don't think it's personal, but I'm getting out of chemistry. No more chemistry. This is my slide before the last. So on the left, you can see the total scheme. So we started with food waste, which HMU kindly provided us every time we needed to do a study. We used nature, we used biology to produce a broth that was enriched with lactic acid. And then we played a little bit with chemistry in order to take this lactic acid and produce high-quality lactic acid, polylactic acid that can be used to make plastic films. On the right, you can see the whole process in photographs, and hopefully tomorrow you're going to listen about how this whole process was taken from the bench and it was transformed into a pilot unit, which is now taking hundreds of liters of food waste, and it's producing lactic acid and polylactic acid. And with that, I'm reaching my last slide. I would like to thank my collaborators, all my group, but I have here the names of the people that actually worked on the project: Haris Griparis, Alex Theodorou, Christy Balzaki, Thomailazou. Our collaborators and friends from the Hellenic Mediterranean University, from Enviroplan, ESDAC, the municipality of Iraklio. I think each and every one helped in order to make this project a success. Thank them and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Can I ask you, when can...
That's
when-
going to be interesting.
Do you have products from the produced PLLA? Do you have used this produced PLLA to produce compostable bags? I don't know,
sorry?
cups.
Can you ask again? Do we have what from PLLA?
Do you have used the produced PLLA to produce materials such as compostable bags?
No. We are organic chemistry laboratory, so we don't have the infrastructure to produce bags. We have verified, can we go back to the slide, please? Last slide. We have verified through our process that all the physicochemical properties and the molecular weight are right. And if this plays again, you will see. Sophia, I forgot to say your name because you worked in the beginning in this project. So if this plays again, you're going to see that every time we produced on a small scale lactic acid, it's not going to play again, it's personal, I think. We got a plastic on the spherical flask. So my students kept saying that if we iron these parts, we can make a real plastic bag. The fact is that now we have a collaborator at ITE, and he's going to use our PLLA in an extruder to 3D print objects.
Very nice. Okay.
Any other questions?
No. Okay. So thank you very much, Professor Belogna. This is our last presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And now you can participate in the in-person poster session if you want, and to know each other for a pop-up networking outside to the...
Yes, posters are in the room we had our lunch. They are very interesting too. You can visit, you can discuss with all the researchers or the professors. Thank you all.
Thank you very
again,
much for your
and
attention.
we have tomorrow also another two sessions.
Okay, we are going to see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a nice evening.